blood red flowers shimmer as they float. Melodies flowing through my memories, echoed out from the ghost of goodbye. Golden moon falling from the sky, silver tears hanging from my eyes, stars align, drifting through the empty as I dance with the ghost of goodbye. By and by, I'm made of everything frozen light. Pain will shelter my I'm safe with the ghost of goodbye. Hi, it's been a while. Was it real? Was it mine? Was it worth it? Sometimes I feel like a player that's stressed and frets by the scripts. All I know is my desire and my love won't fade. I'll set a fire, burn fears to ashes. Put some petals on my chest, right on the tear. I would just fall into that sunset for us to see. I'm a vessel, done its best to contain their schemes. Now all sounds are drowning with me. Through those rivers, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. All my laurel, my sword, my medals and corrosive foam, I have left my fingerprints. Pen slipped away in the heartbeat. I think I finally found my to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. All the bruises on the dust beneath me is a solution to my doubts and deepest fears. Glory's not all about winning, but blazing to be last
Wow, 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 wow. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh. 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 Hello, princess. Hello. How are you? How are you doing? You doing good? You okay? Doing good, baby? Hello. Hello, princess. Hello. Beautiful girl. This is part of the track. Yes, this is all singing from the track. It is true and real. Hi, baby. Hello. Hello. Hi. What's up? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What? What do you want? What do you want, crazy? You're crazy. Hitomi Quanta, Adam, Kareem, Tess, Sagan, Dweeb, thank you for the dailies. Welcome in. Hello, hello. See, I see that there's drops for TFD, but I don't actually see them. Is anyone getting drops for TFD right now? All I see is the old drops. I don't see any new ones, but I see that everyone's like fiending for them. What's up, Belle? What's up, Adam? What's up, Jelly? What's up, Cream? What's up, Honor Boy? Oh my goodness. What's up, Cream? What is up, Dweeb? What's up, Itome? Is anyone actually getting drops right now? Like I can't even get them on other channels. Are the drops like starting soon? Like what's going on? I've got any drops anybody see talking about? Yeah, same. I don't see any new drops. Like not in the rewards panel. I'm not getting them watching. Like I have streams up. I'm not getting them. Where did this rumor come from? It's just a message to let the people know there was a bug. A bug with what? Huh? Hello, baby. A bug with what? What is your deal? What's up with you, little? The bug that made, oh, so there are no drops. Wait, so why is like the first ascended category like all boosted right now? Is everyone just like thinking there's drops and there are what? That's actually kind of funny. There is no spoon. Wait, so what? What? I mean, the old drops are still there for anyone that didn't get the descendant slot. But did they just like put out a note saying, like, where did this slander come from? Yeah, I don't see anything, bro. Daily. Last drop Lorias this season was bugged. You had to relink your account. This is TFT being as fast as usual, giving a note 4 weeks after. Yeah, it was like 15 days ago that the drops were there, right? So, but where did they send the note? I don't even, was it in game? Was there like a notice in game? I don't even see the note that they sent out. Like, where did this misinformation come from? It was more than that? Are you sure? Season 3, episode 4 update drop started May 22nd. May 22nd. So that was 2 weeks and a couple days. You have a pop-up when you open the game. Oh. Well, I mean, the drops last until the 19th, so 11 days. So I guess it makes sense. All right, let me see what the little needs. Leah's getting way too frisky. Do you need something? What do you need, my love? My lovely princess? What do you need? You need something? What do you need, lovely? What do you need? Do I have any emotes? Here you go, bros. Oh, can you like do emotes in here now? How do you do that? Change pose. Oh my God. Does it repeat? Might not be repeat. Of course that happens when I'm away. Sorry, chat. Lamau. LMAO. LMAO. Lamau Lamau. Na 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 no. What's up, LSX? How are ya? When is the next dev stream? It's gotta be soonish, right? What's up, Red Chaos? Can I sleep until 5? Work is slow. No, man. Pokemon bot is on a killing streak. Someone's gotta stop the Pokemon bot. Someone's gotta stop the Pokemon bot. No. What did I have down for? What did I have down for? TFD, here we go. Multi, fire rate, shell, action. What am I missing here? We had, what did we have? Electric. We could do circulation or priority. She doesn't have to reload with plasma bullet, right? I don't think. Well.
Welcome, Descendant.
Do-do. Goodness gracious. Is Outlanders worth anything on Hammer and Anvil? It can be if you are having trouble with the yellow void shields, yep. It can be, uh-huh. Nemesis, welcome in. We're actually need a little bit of cooldown. Finish the collab story, 9.8 out of 10. Let's go, dude. Awesome. Singular. What do we have for cooldown? She needs a little bit more cooldown. I mean, if we have one of these, do we have one of these with cooldown on it? Do you guys run your plasma bullet with crit or no? I mean, when you make so, it makes sense, right? Yeah, she's very crit. Can even do MP as well, right? Based on MP. So just with this, no crit rate here, she's at 91, so she doesn't really need it. You run crit damage and rate? Really? Just like the two purples, right? Like I only have 3 here and she's already at 91. Could even get more MP as well. we do have some. You barely use her fourth? Interesting. Interesting. Does this raise the amount in mag? No. I feel like... You could do expand. Gives you a little bit of breathing room. You could even run like multi-trigger if you wanted to. Efficiency level 1. Do we want to run like electric priority or circulation maybe? Really should go more ancestor modules. They keep increasing it. It's probably at a good point now, to be honest. Yeah, it goes up to 400. I agree. I like to hold on to them, but also we should be like kind of pushing ourselves to clear it. They had to aim upstairs with this weapon. Yeah, it's an air burst. They don't have to like. You don't have to shoot up there. You know, you can shoot right above them. It just creates a deployable in the air that shoots. You can even do it right next to him if you wanted to. You don't have to do right up in the air, you know? Top by the day, welcome in. NT events are garbage. Uh-oh. I need to do the Denia story and the Lucy story. How's vibes? Chilling like a villain on Macmillan, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? Do you feel me? Oh, this is trash crit rate, dude. Trash. Actual trash. Should we amp it? We could amp it. Why not? It's trash crit rate anyways. Collab was 4 or 5 hours, and so you're saying Denia was like 3 hours? So I've got like a full stream's worth of story. Ooh, Cucamonga. Dun, dun. I also need a new module that has cooldown on it. Laday. Cucamonga. Great googly moogly. Luli. Use my build? I don't even know what your build is. My glasses broke, so I'm blind as a bat. Can you echolocate? Boom, bum, 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 bum. You're gonna rage? What? Don't rage like a rat in a cage. Just have like 18 more interviews, you know, just to calm your nerves, make yourself feel better. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I am saying to you? Do you know? Do you? Well, let your rage consume you. I bid them remember, but it was I would like to. Oh, because the manager didn't show up. You know, some like tech bros think that's like a big power play. I saw like this like tech bro guide. Sorry, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Thank you for supporting the channel. Enjoy the icon, the emotes, the ad-free experience for 30 days. I saw like this tech bro guide of like invite a whole bunch of people to interview, and then And then what you do is you like it's gonna be like a day-long interview, and then you just don't talk to them for the full day, and then you interview them all for 10 minutes at the end of the day. And the people that left and didn't stay are people that aren't worth hiring. It was like a legitimate like tech bro interview technique. I was like, oh, so you just disrespect people's time as an interview technique. I see. Makes sense. All right, beautiful. Oh my God, new tech, new tech, new tech. Brilliant. Or they throw it on purpose to see how you react. Yeah, it's like the most like BS nonsense stuff I've ever seen. It's so bad. Like, wow, we're just gonna disrespect people and see if how much they can take before we hire them. Brilliant. Is Bob Ross of gaming? I'm the Bob Ross of gaming? Why? Why am I the Bob Ross of gaming, huh? Boom, bum, bum. Bum, ba, dun, dun. We're looking for cooldown. We want cooldown and crit damage, right? I didn't save it. I always forget to save it. What's a tech bro? It's like I call him a tech bro, but it's like there's this culture that's developed over the last 10 to 15 years of like people that are trying to min-max business, and they do so, they're such a slave to it that they basically forget their own humanity. You know, I guess it hasn't been super recent, it's just been more in the tech space, but that idea has been around for a very long time. Did you try Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream? No, I haven't. Is it good? I know it came out, but I don't remember if it ended up being good or not. Chilled streamer? Oh yeah? You like to rage? It's like watching Vox Machina or something? It's free on PS Plus. I'm considering diving in, but wanted to get a seasoned expert's opinion first. Nah, I didn't try it. We were aware of it when it was coming out, but it didn't end up playing it. Unfortunately. It's like that community where they pretend the study is going to start in 5 minutes, but they keep postponing it to see who will crack. Yep. Yep. Kind of sad, huh? Okay then. Have we getting any reactors? I didn't get any reactors. Hello? Isn't 400% supposed to give you a bunch of reactors based on the element you currently have? I got 0 reactors from that. Hello? Father? Are you up there? Can I have my reactors, please? Stakes are too high and things like that to play with people. I would feel so bad. Yeah. It's messed up, dude. It really is. I mean, it's kind of like where we're sitting on these kind of things, but I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. Auto dismantle? No, I was looking at the mission results and they weren't there. Regardless, they would show up in the mission results, even if they got dismantled. What do I know, right? Right. Did you join that LinkedIn matchmakers harem? No, I didn't. No, I did not. If it truly was women trolling LinkedIn for guys that have a lot of money and a fancy New York job, they will be sorely surprised to find out I am just a Twitch streamer. How dare you not welcome me in? I did, Zell. I did. Oh, you didn't. You gave me the daily. Thank you for the daily. Welcome in. Okay, is 400% bugged, chat? It would appear 400% is bugged. I am not getting any reactors from 400% at all. Did the latest hotfix break the 400%? Add it to the bug pile! Add it to the bug pile! Stack it high! Crazy, Phoenix, crazy. Welcome to everyone who comes in, even when they don't announce it. Please, welcome in, everybody. I'm gonna do the... You guys remember when Ninja said, to be a big streamer, go through your streamer chat and call out the people lurking by name? How to announce yourself as an out-of-touch streamer that got lucky and has no idea how anything works. Go to the lurkers that are probably socially anxious and don't want to be called out and call them all out by name. That's how you grow as a streamer. Make them feel very uncomfortable. Thanks, Ninja. You're so right. Brilliant! Is he even relevant? He still is, yeah. I mean, Pirate Software is still relevant, bro. Does anyone run Plasma Bullet and Onslaught? Do you run into ammo problems? Wonder if you need to run like a conversion mod or not. You never run out of ammo, ever. Never, ever, huh? Do you switch weapons or you only use one? What's up, Demi? How are ya? Only one weapon. Okay, so the recovery is enough. Good to know. Thank you. Well, I guess since this is the latest bug, it's not giving reactors at all. LMAO. Okay. Add it to the pile! What are we doing today? Our best. I am working on a Plasma Bullet build for Inez. Bada Buddha bada Buddha bada Buddha beady 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 Buddha bada. Alright, well if that's the case, I guess it's back to the old school method, huh? Bada Buddha bada Buddha bada Buddha bada beady 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 beady. Booty 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 Buddha Buddha bada beady 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 beady. Private. Guess what is Atom Smasher's boss theme? It's gonna be one of the radio songs from Cyberpunk. It's gotta be, right? One of the weird ones. The module for Inez is so dumb, it is, yeah. Well, partially because Dark Current is still bugged. It's still bugged. It's still not doing what it's supposed to do. The downfall of Pyre Software, but they can't take his 7 years of experience. I mean, Pyre Software is still like a 2,000 viewer Andy, bro. He still gets like 100,000 views on his tweets on Twitter. Like, it shrunk his relevance, but he's still one of the biggest streamers in the world. And there's nothing you can really do about that, you know? It is a bit of an echo chamber now, but I feel like, you know, that could be a positive or negative thing depending on how you look at it. I don't think it's in the radio. It's definitely not in the radio. Is it a new theme? Ooh. It's already existing theme. Trying to think what themes there were, and it's non-radio too, huh? We have to deliver this. I don't know. Is it the Fear the Reaper song? Welcome in, everyone. And I forgot to welcome in. Guyver's back from outer space, mother trucker. I did not like that mission at all. Sam, I am. Oh, I got one. What the frick? Holy moly. How could this happen? That's crazy. It literally never happens. Pfft. Easy game, easy life. Oh, no, 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 no. Bravery, 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 bravery. We lose out on the MP, which is gonna kill some of our crit rate. But... Bink, bink, bonk, bink, bink, bonk, bink, bink, bonk. Cooldown crit damage. Is this... Yeah, it's the Johnny theme. The Johnny theme, bro. Don't fear the Reaper. The Rebel Path. The cello. Wow, no, wow, no, no. That's sick. That's a great choice. Bing bong, bing, 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 bong. Bing bong, bing, 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 bong. Boo boo. Does Lucy require Rebecca? Did they do the thing where, like, basically all of Lucy's kid is like activated by Rebecca? Did they do that? Are you excited for next week's patch? Yeah, man. What's up, child? They stuck in memes? All right, I'll check it out after the story if there's spoilers. All right, where does that put my cooldown at? 87.2, not bald. Not bald at all. Who's that? What, the Sharon? Wait, no. External component core. Equip. Bam, 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 bam. Do 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 do. Wait, do I have that wrong? Is Don't Fear the Reaper ending soundtrack different than the Johnny theme, or is it one and the same? I think it's the same, right? Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Yeah. But I think they did a different, like, it's slightly altered for like the ending version when you do the Johnny ending. It's a remix, yeah. Because that theme that you linked is the one that you get when you first flash back into Johnny, when you're doing the bomb and you get to use his pistol for the first time. What a great game, dude. What a great game. I'm glad they fixed it, bro. Can you imagine if they launched Cyberpunk and didn't fix it? Their reputation would be forever stained. Forever, forever, forever. Five ever. You like Anthem? Yeah, like Anthem. Yeah, if they did the Anthem treatment where they launch it and then immediately abandon it. Oh my God, can you imagine? Can you imagine? The high guard treatment? Launch and immediately give up? Can we make Witcher 4, that's for sure? Cheese at 2.0 and then Bayonet 2, yep. Oh, jeez. You mean Concord 2? I will concede that High Guard was definitely a Concord. Indeed it was. Unlike your other lies about what is or is not a Concord like Marathon, High Guard was actually a Concord. Well, I mean, it's in the same category, but it's nowhere near as brazen. It's the same idea of just people with money making a game with no... It doesn't even seem like they even like games. Or they even play test it. Like, I don't even know. Like, it just feels like they kind of... It was just like an investment for them. Like, they just... Let's make a game because it could make money, you know? It wasn't really like, hey, let's make a game because it's cool and fun. It was just like, hey, I have money to fund a project. Let's make a game and whatever, you know? I have to make a correction to what I told you the other day about Glay. I was able to achieve 16 billion damage with my Predator Instinct build on Onslaught level 2, even though I died a bunch of times. Nice, congrats, that's huge. We love that. The start and just give up game is Tribe 9. Rip. How's Mifu, by the way? Is she good? She's strong? Is she very strong? I want to play Cyberpunk again. Investor put money on the studio, wants 12% return on investment, anything else, and they don't like it. Yeah, like I said, it's people getting into the video game industry for money with having no involvement or interest or passion in games whatsoever. And you can usually tell those projects from a mile away. Like the game comes out and it just has no soul. It's just like a hollow skeleton structure of a game. No one sat down and played it. No one really cared to tweak it. No one put any, feeling into it. It's just a money grab kind of situation. It's just, you can always tell. She can group kinda, hits things okay, I just don't have her. Oh, for Mifu? Redfall a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. No. For 5% to complain about it, the game was commercially a success, but 7% return is garbage to them. So as they have risk-free investment for this value, those people are garbage. Is that for the remakes? I'm glad they're finishing the trilogy. We'll have to do a playthrough soon. Bow 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 boom bong bing bing bong. La 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 la. Can't wait for the last one. Nice. 2 PCs to Sword of Resolve and upgraded my weapon. Nice. You're gonna be even stronger than before. Any squinks of their investor making them extremely risk averse need to be taken behind the shed. That's kind of the challenge once you have a company that big, Once the company grows to that size, the whole thing, the whole ecosystem just gets really weird. What's up, Plasma? What are you up to today? We're doing a plasma bullet for Inez. Two hours until you're out of work. Nice. Godspeed. Soon, TM. Soon you'll be back in Ray class. Can they do something about the Mexican jumping bean boss who teleports non-stop? That would be nice. Yep. That would be nice. If they made enemies in TFD a lot more interesting and less annoying, I think that would be a good change. Why are you using Bravery? I'm testing out a cooldown variant. Wow, 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 wow. That's why I'm so brutal on games. Mm-hmm. Bow, 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 bow. No, 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 no. 87.2 on this. We can maybe even do a little bit of more MP, maybe. I don't know. I want to put rounds here as well. Bow, bow, bow. 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 Critical hit damage. I see. That's illegal. That is illegal. It's illegal. Consider running Veil. Does it need it even with just the base weapon? I run Veil on everything that's not a weapon build, but like basically everything I run Veil on now. We can try with and without and see. Don't skip it. Don't skip what? Oh, it's copyright. I can't VFX. That song is copyright, unfortunately. It's a great song, though. Very sad, but very good. Would you rather know 100% there is intelligent life and extra-dimensional beings, or an afterlife? Afterlife. Afterlife, for sure. Without question. Okay, we don't want weak point here. Oh, I was doing this for a boss build, because if we did non-boss, what would we want? I guess you do multi. Double multi, maybe? I'm actually enjoying the GR Supra. Oh, geez. If there's a stronger it has in the lobby, which I never deal with. Oh, for bravery? This works if you are doing pulls? What do you mean works? Oh, it gets the drop you want? I see, we'll try it. 2 times multi-element, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yes, we do electric and then double multi. Good call. It's electric, right? Yeah. Gotcha chat? What's gotcha chat? Is this memes? If she wipes, I'll go next. Oh my god, there's a David hologram? What the frick? You got Lucy, grants. Do 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 do. Okay then. Okay then. Oh, let me make more of these. I feel like they're gonna nerf Inez because she honestly feels even stronger than Serena. They just need to fix dark bonding. It's broken. It has been broken for weeks. They just need to fix it. Just like fix it, forehead. Then decide if she needs to be nerfed or not. You know? Like literally just fix her. Forehead. Super is a BMW and the 86 is Subaru, and I think that's why people are freaking over the GR GT. Last time they made a real sport car was the 2000s. Just yelled something that sounded like Tanny-san! Have I said collab yet? Woo-wa, not pulling anything until I secure Lucille for Hiyuki. Well, you should. Lucille's coming this week, right? In just a little bit. Just a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, not bad. I'll take it. Current bonding feels fine. No, sorry, dark bonding. Dark bonding. Sorry, not the trigger mod, her passive. Dark bonding isn't working correctly. It has not been working correctly since the patch. And so they need to decide whether they're going to fix that or not. You need to get some of this Grillo's pickle de Gallo? Did you just say pickle de Gallo? Did you mean pico de gallo? Wait, what's pickle de Gallo? Is that a thing? Pico with pickles is pickle de Gallo? Is that a thing? Pickle de Gallo is an actual thing. Is it like a play on words? A crunchy salsa that serves as a tangy pickle-based alternative to pico de gallo. Okay, all right. Maybe I will try the pickle de gallo. Peak Delgado? Pickles instead of tomatoes. That's crazy. Okay. Look it up. Yeah, I just looked it up. It looks good. I like pickles. I like vinegar. I can't tell if it's broken. No, a NES Dark Current is broken. It's not functioning correctly, but to be honest, the Nell scan hasn't been working since she came out, so are we gonna fix it? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we'll just rework Bunny again instead. You never know. It's all a mystery. Shrouded in mystery. You following the Lego situation? Yeah, wasn't there, didn't they actually get some arbitration through? We thought it was a typo, we were proven wrong. Yeah, I was sassing him because I thought it was a typo, but I was wrong. Classic toxic streamer. Pickle de gallo is actually a thing. I'm getting raked over the coals right now, chat. Should have done electric first. Being taken out back and shown the 50 states here, chat. Oh no 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 no. Help! 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 I'm in danger! What the frick? It's Ogre, dude. It's actually Ogre. Oh my god. Oh my god. Should have just taken the purple. Should have just taken the purple. I should have taken the purple. Oh no. You always get the element first. It's the same thing, Farb. You're like a baseball player wearing his old socks because he thinks it makes him play better. They're equal weighting. It's literally the same thing. It's all equal weighting. Whether you do it first or last, it doesn't matter. It's not more rare. They're all equal weighting. You're just wearing a tinfoil hat. They're separate entries as stats, brother. This isn't a bucket of elements. They're separate entries. Each one of these is equal weighting. You can readjust your tinfoil hat and lick the air. and throw salt over your shoulder, but it doesn't mean that doing element first is any different than doing multi-hit damage first or multi-chance or firearm. They're all equal weighting. Try cutting water. Yeah, exactly. If you do element first, that's not how math works, Forb. You reduce the pool of things that you can roll. I see what you're saying. You're saying if you get an element already locked in, it won't do the other three. That is true. That is true. Well, you try it, whatever. Fine, let's do it your way. It's not really that big of a difference because it's really a distribution between the options you have, and then you have one stat. Whether you can get these extra elements here is kind of, it's less relevant, right? Because it's still an equal distribution between the final remaining stats. Because you still want a high roll in the stat you're looking for. Whether there's less ones there or not, you're still probably going to end up doing a very similar amount of rolls regardless. But reducing the pool does have a minor impact here. I probably should have just kept going. This is really dumb, but... yeah, no, they're saying that if you eliminate some of the options, it redistributes, but you still need a good roll on the stat that's there. It shouldn't really be that big of a difference, but there is a difference. I should have just finished. This is kind of a waste. Old socks do make you play baseball better. If I grab my big toe while I'm rolling, I get the results I want. You missed gold electric? Not anymore. Not anymore. Okay, and then for cores, what do we want? Can we roll the collab banners for 30 more days? The collab coral shop is up for 42. What the frick, man? Okay, what do we have? We have a free, a blue, 2 yellow, and a purple. Why did they put 2 yellow and a purple on a shotgun? Ryber, lurk on your streams. This is the first time I write on chat. Just wanted to say something. I lost my mom 8 days ago, and TFTU and other streamers give me a peace of mind, bro. Just so you know, TCO, I'm so sorry for your loss. Our hearts go out to you and your family. Take time to mourn and connect with your living family members, all that stuff. I know losing your mom is really hard, so we're here for you to be a distraction. Try to focus on the good, try to focus on the good memories, and don't let grief consume you, you know? But take the time to grieve and connect with the people that knew her and all of that. So take care of yourself, okay? That's really hard. Purple's great? No. 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 No, it's not. Purple is not great. It's not. Then breach? Why breach? Oh wait, are the tyrants all breach? Old socks make you ball better because they're worn in and comfy and lets you focus on other things. Yep, that's true. These are darkness and purple. Yeah, but then what if you use it for a different thing? That's the problem that I have with these element things on something like a core, right? Is if you end up using this weapon for something other than breach or void erosion, then that slot is useless. And it's something that you spent resources and time rolling, you know? Craft another one, or just make a better system. Or hire system designers and make them make a better system. Could do that instead. You know, we could use the Flintstones cars where we stick our feet out the bottom and run, or we could use a combustion engine. Both are good options. Get hired and make a better system for them. I don't speak Korean. I pick breach by default. Does anyone know if the tyrants are all breach? Are they all breach? I don't even know what faction they belong to. Why not an electric car? You could do an electric car. Sure. Why not? Anything's better than running your feet. You know what I'm saying? I have multiple qualities of some weapons, but I wish it wasn't the case. Exactly. You mean the orange bars? What orange bars? And TFD needs a Pablo? They just need somebody invested in game design that knows what they're doing. Pablo is an example of that, for sure. How big your legs would be if you had to run your feet? That's true. You would get a good leg workout. Orange bar enemies in Onslaught, they are breach. Orange bar. Are you talking about the tyrants? The teal? Are all tyrants breach? Confirmed? Are they? So saying this weapon has some terrible cores. They need a system that allows us to change the cores. There's a lot of weapons in the game that get bricked by the core slots that they're assigned, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? Like that's just the major downside. What snacks do I have? I have walnuts, 85% dark chocolate, some carrots, some broccoli sprouts. How do you feel about AI songs here? I think most people would be against it. Except the Star Wars one. That one we like. Microwave ramen. It's way too much. It's too much salt, man. What are you on about? I don't know. What am I on about? Toss a raw egg and mayo? Or just make a normal ramen that's not so loaded with salt. The problem with instant ramen is it just has way too much salt in it. Cardiovascular disease speedrun. Not sure if tyrants have a faction. Oh, really? Well, we can take whatever goes gold first, darkness or breach. Darkness is probably better. The sauce is what's give it plenty of salt. No, they add a ton of salt separately as well. Like there's just a lot of salt in there. Makes it taste better. You tried with and without and it's the same, Satira? Okay, so they must not have a faction then. So then darkness would be the way to go. Your face has too much salt? When you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. And god dang it, you're right. Onslaught is all darkness, right? We may as well just do darkness then. Yes, darkness? Okay, cool. Bing, 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 bong, bong, bong. Delma wants to tell us about exercise paradox. Have you heard about the exercise paradox? What's the exercise paradox? Tell us now or else. This one should be, what, fire rate? When is a free AUG slot not fire rate? It's not very often, is it? It's almost always fire rate. When is it not fire rate? Finding that contrary to popular belief, ramping up physical activity does not automatically translate into significant weight loss. If you're painting with a broad brush, that is true. The vast majority of weight loss is calories in and calories out, right? If you're just talking about like from a generic high level perspective, right? Blue? What, you mean, you want electric here instead of fire rate? Really? However, human bodies are complex. There are a lot of conditions out there that can cause you to retain weight or hold on to weight that has less to do with how much you're eating, and also what you're eating matters too. But yeah, weight loss is like, for a normal healthy person, weight loss is entirely diet. But exercise is very good for you. It's not only fire with Ajax, since he can hit fire rate cap by himself. I guess he can hit maximum. Fire descendants are at a disadvantage for darkness. Oh, because of onslaught. Yeah. Toss a salt packet, splash of soy, and sriracha. I can see Forward like doing his ramen like this, cooking up some ramen for the bae, for the wife. Stress definitely keeps weight on. I quit my insane job and lost 30 pounds. Yep. There are external factors that can make a massive difference in life, and also there are other conditions as well, like, you know, diabetes, hypertension, you know, congenital heart failure. There's like a lot of conditions that can have a very big impact on weight that have very little to do with what you're eating, you know. Stress matters, sleep matters, all that stuff. Yeah. True and real. True and real. All right, who wants to do an onslaught? Any onslaughts in the chat? Don't forget about Picos. Your body adapts the extra calorie burn and reduces the burn outside of the workout window. Oh, I can't do. Oh man, I can't. I wish I could listen to Doom soundtrack, but I can't. I cannot listen to the Doom soundtrack, unfortunately. Sadly. Will you come sing at my wedding? Sure. In the arms of the angel. Thanks, I'll be here all week. All right, any onslaughters in chat? I will in 60 seconds, okay? You're an awesome streamer. Thank you. Oh my goodness. What do you think would be the best fire descendant to level? Serena? That's the examples that I need so I can do the bounties. Yes, Serena, probably. Can I join you? Sure, buddy. Any more onslaughts in chat? Okay, ready, but you're not online. You are online. No, 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 no. They followed hunter-gatherer tribes and found they didn't burn a significant amount more than someone sitting around. Yeah, I mean, it is entirely diet, but I think it's a risky thing to tell someone that they don't have to exercise. That's why I'm being so resistant. Just because most of your weight loss and weight gain outside of medical conditions is tied to your diet doesn't mean that regular exercise is one of the most important things that you can do for your body, bar none. Bar none. Like literally one of the most valuable things you can do for your body is regular exercise. It is so crucial. It is the only thing that they have shown studies on that reduces the effects of aging. Nothing else has shown a conclusive study that reduces the effects of aging except regular exercise. It is the only thing. They didn't say it wasn't helpful to exercise. Yeah, no, I'm just, listen, you're putting a message into chat and like there's people listening, right? So I never want to, in case there's someone at home that's sitting there saying, as long as I go from Cool Ranch to low calorie Cool Ranch Doritos, I'll be fine, right? I'm trying to make sure that the message is holistic. That if you're someone out there, regular exercise is one of the best things you can do. Do not skip on it. Just because weight gain and weight loss is tied to, diet primarily, it doesn't mean you can skip on regular exercise. I don't care if you do jumping jacks occasionally or you walk around the block occasionally. It is one of the most important things you can do. I forgot she was a fire descendant. Yeah, it's because she's a gun descendant. It doesn't feel very fire, huh? I can't have you space for me. Are you online? Okay. You have to exercise. It's not a bonus. If you don't do it, you lose muscle mass, lose flexibility, and before you know it, you can't even get up if you fall. Flexibility, your joints, muscles, and even like your bone connections are important. But one of the best things too is brain and heart health. Regular exercise is one of the easiest ways to keep your heart pumping and your brain working. And one of the scariest things about that too, your brain and your heart are easily the most vulnerable organs in your body, and they're also the two organs that don't really replenish themselves. There's a reason why people don't get heart cancer very often. It's one of it's one of the rarest forms of cancer, is heart cancer. Because cancer primarily, if you want to think of cancer as like a simplified concept, cancer is the cells in your body doing something they're not supposed to do, which usually relates to replicating, right? Or killing themselves off. So like, if you're talking about like skin cancer or things like that, it's usually the cells replicating out of control and not stopping. However, the heart doesn't destroy itself. It is a permanent organ because you can't destroy the heart and rebuild it, because if your heart stops, you die. So your heart just gets bigger over time. It doesn't replenish itself. So once you damage your heart, once you damage your brain, those don't grow back, you know? So they are very, very important to keep healthy. Lungs too, yeah. Lungs, eyes. I have type 2 diabetes. My condolences. That Finnish style saunas have been proven to increase lifespans too? Ryan Johnson's research? Saunas? No way. The only thing that I've seen, unless there's something new, is that regular exercise is the only thing that is shown to have an impact on aging. You can like focus on individual things like skin or hair or stuff like that, but I'm talking about like overall health. There's, as far as I know, there's nothing except regular exercise that is shown to have an impact on it. But what do I know? I'm just a big idiot. Don't listen to Twitch streamers, chat. They don't know anything. Taylor Sauna, they're gonna be shocked in the research? All right, I'll look into it. The effect of saunas, but it's gotta be just for skin, right? Like external things. So the balance day with Serena, pretty easy, nice. I know this, but I give you some rope because you're a nice guy. Hey, thanks. All-cause mortality for saunas. Damn. Time to get a sauna, I guess. This covers what you eat exercise useful help, but virtually useless for weight loss. Unless there's like a specific medical condition, right? There are plenty of medical conditions that that do play a role. But in general, yeah, it's almost entirely diet. If you're a generally healthy person. Mm-hmm. 160 Fahrenheit? I don't even know what sauna temperatures are normally. Is that a lot? That sounds about right. Okay. 110, 120 for saunas normally. Oh, so it's like a really hot sauna then. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Bro, with the minigun! Stop! Stop with the minigun right now! Or else. Okay. It's near actual boiling water. I find milk conditions that dictate what I can and can't eat, so I have no say anymore. Unlucky, man. More minigun. What's up, Tora? Okay. No. Monaco F1 was fun and meme-filled event. Was it like a time-limited thing? think your build was running Storm Bullet. No, does it even have a way to trigger it? With this build, maybe not. Well, no, does this count as piercing still? No, it's not doing anything right now. You are correct. I didn't change it from the last build. You shipped the build in the end? For PoE 2? No. Well, I thought there were drops today, so I jumped on TFD. Thought there was a lot of people playing, so I wanted to jump on. If Dark Card and Factory MP times is a bug, then I can see why it's stupid on an is. The damage difference between what? Plasma, what are you talking about? Between what and what? Where's Muckman? Probably sleeping. Obligations to a PoE? I would like to. It is kind of sad seeing the difference between, like going from PoE 2 to TFD, game design wise. It's very jarring. Oh, okay, I can't even see. All right. I don't even know what I don't even know what hit me. Are you in 700 plus MP? No, I'm currently not. The build isn't done. There's more ways to make builds in this game. I agree. Yeah, it'd be nice if the game design was a little bit more elegant and fleshed out in this game. It would give you the game could soar. The game has a lot of potential. I need more HP, bro. Literally just getting shot at by ambient damage, dying to fire, done covering the entire screen. Ice everywhere, fire everywhere, guns everywhere, non-stop, 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 non-stop. Can't be avoided, just constant AoE all over the place. Okay. 19 billion, not too bad. The champions don't even get to do anything. They just spawn and die in Onslaught 3. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm running quite a lot of... Oh, you're just talking about just relying on Dark Current. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure what to really do about it. Like, because we know Dark Current is bugged. Do I make a build that benefits it? And then, I don't know. Do we think that people making builds with the broken stuff helps encourage them to fix the bugs? Or, I don't know. PoE2 is hardcore, TFT is a casual game, but TFT can be casual and still have good game design. Just because it's a game that's more casual doesn't mean it needs to have obtuse or fundamentally flawed systems or mechanics. It can be casual and elegant at the same time. We could raise our standards a little bit, you know, just a little bit. What I bet with my NES seems to work fine. It's like Plasma Bowl where I had to figure out how to get it to work. Plasma Bowl is literally brain off, everything dies. Yep. Should I build in PoE2 that utilizes one of the new runic skills? That'd be fun. That sounds like fun. I doubt the HP to MP conversion and swap to using Slayer says it was dying everywhere on NES. Oh, what's up, Pise? Good evening. With the changes to NES, she can do it all now. Her single target and trash clear seems... Yeah, dude, the NES is the best character in the game, in my opinion. She absolutely is. She absolutely, positively is. What we're gonna put here? We could do Veil, although I don't know if we actually need Veil. I couldn't tell if other people were destroying the shields or I was destroying them just fine. It's hard to tell. I almost want like rounds per magazine, to be honest. Wait, is that still 6? No way that's still 6, right? There's no way that's still 6, right? Wasn't following TF30 since PoE 8.5 release? I feel that, I feel that. I think Voltaic Bear slaps your fuse slot build if it works anyway. We can try it. The more casual, less friction you want the game to have. That's true. You can make an argument. The more casual a game is, the more you want it to be smoothed out and clean. Make a bug build in Warframe, you get yourself hit with a perma because that's bug abuse to DE, and they typically fix the stuff within the week. But TFT's opposite, and honestly, it might help the devs. That's assuming, okay, it does go to 7. So it's 1 extra round. Is that worth it? 1 extra round? Probably not. You can make do without. We already have an amp. We don't need rounds. Not like you do weak point anyways. Can't even do more, can you? I guess you could do like, well, no, because you're just triggering, right? Well, you never reload anyway, so you could do like electric priority. Not like you ever reload anyway, right? I was probably the lowest damage dealer during that. It happens, it happens. I've gotten a punishment. For punishment, I have re-downloaded PoE2 to try Rax's Plant Daddy starter in an effort to find the fun. Godspeed. Hope you find it. Once PoE clicks, it's like a drug. The last slot is very free. I just put bigger ammo bank. What, like maximum rounds? I didn't even feel that as a need either. Like genuinely, I felt nothing around rounds.
Make you strong.
I feel like in magazine matters more because then that means that you can shoot more without having to dash. You know? But it's not like the electric's providing that much damage either, right? Like, you could do rounds per mag on this. What do we have in this slot? Is it a C? Like, you could also do, like, this, which would give you, what, 9 rounds or 8 rounds? Which means you could shoot more without reloading, without having to dash. TFD have their own pace to fix stuff, which is 4 times it takes any other studio. Yeah, it's pretty slow. I mean, what do we have for MP right now? We have 472. We could... What would you even put here? Power Beyond? Your current bonding as well. Well, no, you can't. Because you need the tracking projectile. Right? Plasma bullet can't use, oh, you do. Wait, this counts as a tracking projectile. Oh, you can. I guess you would just current bonding then, huh? You can current bonding or you could power beyond. Pretty much it. You are still doing skill damage as well. So what if we did time distribution here? That puts us at 65% with cooldown here, but maybe bravery overcomes it. You know, that puts us at 540 for MP. So this is the problem. I'm stuck with 4 cooldown modules. These are dead. So of our 12 slots, 2 are dead. 4 are dead. So we're now at 4 left, but 3 are crit mods. So like your whole build is determined for you before you even get to play. You know? Oh, no. We could cool down crit. This isn't too bad. There's a bunch of damage, but... we could do that. That puts us at 86 cooldown with time distribution, and we get more HP as well. With more MP. You can try that. You don't need too much CD. Your damage comes from just shooting. How do you reload, Plasmo? Your reloading is based on a cooldown. What do you mean? Enlightenment for HPM? We could if we're just doing more damage, but I think in Onslaught, if you remove this, you're just gonna be dead all the time. It would be more damage, it would. but removing this, you'll just be dead all the time. You know? I don't know if this is gonna be worth it. We can try it. All right, let's try again, I guess. You guys ready? Everybody ready? Don't use minus shield with bravery? What? Don't use minus shield with bravery. I have no shield anyway. I was using Circulation 100 before. I'm using Bravery right now to try the cooldown. I mean, I guess if we could do time distribution, we go a little bit more. But it's not like we have a crazy amount of shield anyway. Like minus 36% shield is doing very little for this. Is having a very, very small impact. Very small. We could do Stim, I guess. Nope, can't do that. I guess we just do increased HP. Yeah, that gives us what, 800 shield? Ooh. I lost 300 HP and gained 800 shield, so it's like 500 effective HP. Assuming my shield actually recharges. It's a pretty, I mean, overall it's a small effective HP increase, assuming our HP replenishes. If the HP never starts, then the HP is better. Or if the shield never starts regenerating, the HP is better, but you're right. It is a lot of shield increase with this. The H&A ammo efficiency is good. What's the CD of your 3 right now? Like 3.5 seconds? Well, that's assuming, like, do you not use your abilities when you're playing Plasma Bullet, Plasmo? Everybody wait for onslaughts. Because your abilities still do a lot of damage, even though you're doing Plasma Bullet. I feel like at minimum you should be using your second ability with Plasma Bullet. At minimum, it does a lot of damage. If you're no HP mod on Onslaught 3, don't join my lobbies. Join Forbes lobbies and look for quarters on the ground. Do it. Dude, what's up, Trail? No, I am with high enough crit rate or MP to free up the crit rate mod. You could. No, I don't have any like high MP ones now. I only reload and use my 2 to apply current bonding, so just enough CD to do that. I feel like you're missing out on some extra damage. But maybe we can try all variants and see what comes out. You know? Get some juicy trigger mods from Wallace today. From Wallace! Good old Wallace. Okay, ow. Died to fire that wasn't even on my screen. The Invisiflames, yes. Everyone knows of the Invisiflames. Okay, I'm dead. Nope, I'm alive. Oh, hello, ship. I wasn't even in it! He landed, it lagged, and then I took damage. I wasn't even in the AoE. I wasn't even in it. I was walking around fine. You tried Whirlwind on Inez? Yeah, I have. I think for this specific build, Hammer and Anvil's better. My Q, oh, right, because I got knocked back, the Q turned off. I love it here. I love it here. It's so great. I love it here. So good. So good. It disables if you fall. Yep, that's what I said. No, 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 no. I think we just run Veil here. I don't think it matters too much, but it means that you can do damage to the skill shields, yeah. You're in a haunted house? Ooh, spooky. Are there any sexy ghosts inside? Yeah, we run Veil, I think. It's not enough firearm damage specifically, so Veil's the way to go. Ghosts are not sexy, they're dead? How do you know? Oh, what about that movie? You know that movie? You know that movie? Where like the ghost comes behind the girl and helps her make pottery, but it's like really kinky? What about that movie? You mean Ghost? Is it called Ghost? Yeah, the Ghost movie about ghosts. Yeah, that's the one. The very same. Oh, it's in a puddle. AoE, 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 explosion, explosion, gun, 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 gun. AoE gun, AoE gun, explosion, explosion, AoE gun. Great encounter design, we love it. Good job. Good job, we love it. It's the best. Okay, let's run Veil there, and then... I don't know, we didn't really get to test this, did we? So run it back. What is the ability rotation for Nez? Depends on the build, Yeti. For this build, you just keep your one active, shoot as much as you can, and dash when you need to reload, and then use your abilities. your 2 and your 4 when you can. Atom Smasher is a one-piece Echo set? What? In Japan, the ghosts are very much into sexy time. See, there you go. Maximize grappling hook, not just the 3rd skill? Are you trying to tell me to try and min-max the distance of my grappling hook while I'm playing Onslaught? I'm gonna start analyzing how many bristles are on your toothbrush for maximum teeth coverage. Is there a Velmont for Descendants? Not really a good one either. I don't think so. I'm just gonna do HP. Thank you, Zell. Thank you. Bear help any device. About Patrick Swayze? Okay, I'm not gonna use my ult at all, and I want to compare that to using the ult. I'm curious if the ult is even worth casting. Explain. Give me after this onslaught. Tell me. Remind me. There's too much happening at once. Very spicy for 2 seconds, then mild? Am I a pickled Dagalo now? Is that what I am? What's up, Kuya? No, I haven't done my woo-wop pulls yet. We can do them on stream if you guys want. Okay. All right. Sugma pizza. What? Is bro bugged out? No, okay, he's just, oh, okay. All right, well, I'm dead. Literally dead to just random damage now. There's nothing I can do. Literally nothing I can do. Pizza on floor stream? With wheel spins? His ability, bro. His ability breaks my heart. The slot machine in Forza, I see. How do I help my friend that is washed at Darktide have fun in Darktide again? He's extremely hard on himself. That's what sours his mood even more when he makes mistakes. Not to mention he's forced himself to play the hardest class that goes against how he normally plays. If it's that much of a thing, I feel like you almost want them to play meta, but I mean, you can't you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, you know? Like if he's really set on playing that way and it's driving him to stop playing. Some people are just like that. Try to get him to play meta, or maybe try to build a build that goes well with what he's trying to accomplish. I don't know. That's a tough one. Lock behind gambling in Forza? That's how they get replayability, huh? I would be the best streamer? Do it, Hasselhoff, do it. When he does his eye attack, you should get out of his line of sight. Think there's eye above his character. Yeah, I know how it works. I just hate it. Literally one of the dumbest abilities I've ever seen in any game ever. Like most enemy abilities in this game. Da 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 da. Grappling looks fine by me. Haven't played with joy. Is the point in going against what your brain enjoys when it's a game? Yeah, and if it ends up burning them out of the game, there's really not much you can do about that personally, you know? It's toxic and disappointing. Yeah, they gotta add some kind of replayability to Forza, I guess, and RNG is one way to do that. Okay then, there's just fire all over my screen. Can't even see. Can't even see. Explosion, explosion, fire, explosion, 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 fire, gun, fire, frost, explosion, gun, explosion, fire, frost, fire, explosion, 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 fire, frost, explosion, effects, explosion, explosion, fire, gun, gun, fire, explosion, 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 fire, 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 frost, frost, fire, gun, explosion, 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 explosion. Okay then. Thank you for follows. Welcome in. Is that God Home? What? You hear about the music? It's just Hollow Knight. Where's the gameplay? It kind of does, huh? I still need to play Silk Song. Is it bad that I haven't played Silk Song yet, chat? Is that bad? Am I a bad boy? Am I a naughty ghost? Oh, it's very Elden Ring. It's very epic, but it's Hollow Knight. Okay then. Naughty, naughty boy. Lucy and Rima work together, but can be used for a sub DPS. In HA, heavy attack, Lucy or BA, Rebecca teams. Can Rebecca be used for other teams? Like, what does she buff? I tried 3 times to like Hollow Knight, just couldn't do it. Do you like not like Metroidvanias or what? Or was it something about Hollow Knight specifically? about the same. Well, we can do it by duration, actually. Let's see. You finished, Sage? Okay. 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 I'm sensing you're displeased with this game. I think for the amount of funds that they have, I think they could put more effort into hiring staff that understand the core of game design. I feel like for the kind of game that it is, the budget that it has, and the audience that it's grown, I feel like it's kind of inexcusable how twisted up and lost they are when it comes to game design. That's all. That's how I feel. And so when I run into these things that are, in my opinion, very easily fixed, but have been going on for a long time not being fixed, I take issue with that personally. Play many Metroidvanias, but I was sliding into a coma with Hollow Knight. Really? You don't like Hollow Knight? What other Metroidvanias have you liked? I did more damage to Aperture Zero build than my Glacial Cloud build. Damn, yeah. AZ is really good. AZ is really good. It is. Should we try it with our other weapons here? I kind of want to try it with the other ones as well. I don't know if the cooldown's worth it here. I feel like the other one was better. Trying to get one with like MP. I almost want to just do power, actually. This had a downside to be even better. I also want to try this without bravery. Let's see. Let's try no bravery. No. Yeah. No. 577 here. However, that puts us at 65% cooldown. We'll see if that's actually worth it. Does it still have a budget? TFD? Yeah, I mean, we're still getting patches. They're still working on it. You know? Rebecca gives 15% all damage amp and a stacking heavy attack damage. 35% heavy and 15% all damage. Damn. Is there a rotation fast? All the Mega Men, Metroids, Castlevanias, I don't know what is about HK. You should try Nine Souls, Hoy. Nine Souls is also a very good Metroidvania. Yeah, see, Top Button knows. Oatmeal raisin cookies are the best cookies. Power increase instead of focus on electric with this AM. Oh, it's even less cooldown, bro. It's even less cooldown, bro. But we can just pump the power up. Let's try it with time distribution and see how much cooldown, how much the cooldown is a problem versus not. All right, well, we have one slot for Onslaught. If you guys want to come in, you guys want to come for Onslaught? Just use MP for conversion. I'm trying something. I'm trying stuff, man. I'm wondering if the MP loss is too much. DB is so sus? What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean, bro? Explain in hyper detail. Anyone want to come for Onslaught? We have one Onslaught slot. I'm not your bro. You are now. Congratulations, honorary. Honorary bro. Invite me. God dang it, Cream. Is there a cheat sheet for ancestor module roles? Something to make it easier to go through my excess modules to free up space? N or Exalisa has a, he does have an ancestor module sheet. You go ask him for it. Not your pal, buddy. Can use 200 parts as well if you need CD. That's true. Could do. We'll see how this goes. No one for Onslaught? Since making half a year to get swords working, knowing damn well melee was not intended for TFT, we could have gotten a better, more polished akimbo system and revamp on handguns. Yeah. Could get a lot of things. Akimbo would be pretty sick. We got akimbo on swords. Ish. They gave us a pose for it at least. You'd have Onslaught 3 unlocked, unlucky. All right, we can queue out. We can just do rando. It's fine by me. We'll see if 65% is enough. Maybe it's not, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Could have got non-purple shotguns. Could have. I'm unsuccessfully trying to get a Transcendent mods for an Inez. Good luck, good luck. It's rough. Put the snacks out. You want various assorted peanuts and pretzels? You looking for something salty? You like what, caramel roasted peanuts? You want fondue? I'll put out a fondue fountain just for you. How about that? How about a nice fondue fountain? Flowing hot, liquid hot magma cheese. On the button to move forward now, let's focus on swords. Who knows, man? Who knows? I don't knows. I don't knows. I don't knows. I don't knows anything. DB wants me to poop my pants? Just don't wear pants. Problem solved, lady. Okay, this isn't enough cooldown. It's not enough cooldown. 65 doesn't cut it, chat. $65 doesn't cut it. But now we have a rando, so I can't restart. 65 is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Oh my God, this is so terrible. $65 isn't enough, confirmed. Not gonna cut it. This is really bad. Well, now we know. Unless you did this plus bravery, you might be able to do that with bravery, maybe. But even then, you're not, it's not like you're spamming, because bravery is on skill use, right? Or is it on hit? Or is it firearm attack? What's the trigger for bravery? Is it shooting something or hitting something? On kill, okay. Might be kind of limited. Yeah, this is where if you had a bigger magazine, you might be able to make this work. But you need a pretty big magazine. I don't even know if 8 rounds would be enough with this amount of cooldown. It might still be kind of low. All right. Oh. Working as intended. Pantsless snack hour, yeah. Now you want chocolate? Get chocolate, queen. You deserve it. Grow some jalapenos in your gardenia, and then put them in with chocolate to make it spicy chocolate. And then sell it on Facebook Marketplace to local moms. Profit? Huge business idea. Godspeed, Top Bun. Drive safe. One of my jalapenos died. Did you name it? What was the jalapeno's name? Wolf, thank you for the daily. Welcome in. Should we just reset and just this glade gets screwed over or what? I feel like this is kind of bad because my build's broken and I'm doing a lot less, but we have a rando in here and I want to abandon him. Poor guy. Jalapeno 3 died. Rest in peace, Jalapeno 3. Jalapeno 3. You were the best of us. You were the best. Beef pork pie with asparagus and broccoli? Ooh, yummy. No, 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 no. Miniguns! An army of miniguns. An army of miniguns. An army of miniguns. It's pretty bad with the cooldown as is. Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to abandon this Glay. Some random. There's probably some dad that just got off his 14th job, kissed his 18 kids goodnight, and jumped on for one onslaught, and then I dodge on him. You know. It's pretty messed up, bro. Deserved? What the frick? Uh 119 disassembled. Congrats, Red. Yeah, cleaning up a bunch of Ancestor mods is a pain. It takes a while. You really got to sit down and dedicate time to it. If it dies, it dies. We'll put a marigold in its place. A marigold? Ew. Ow. Surely we stop him before he gets it off, right? Surely. Surely. Surely he doesn't... Oh. You're going to Reapers? Good luck, man. Are they hard to grow? 1,200 external components? Jesus criminy. Got him up. Okay then. Peppers are pretty finicky overall though. Unlucky. I could release here. We have five left. Oh, he's got it. This is gonna be rough with this cooldown. Looks like the Satera and the Galay are pumping though. I feel like with Bravery you could probably run this low of a cooldown, but without it, it's pretty bad. There's a new collab this month. It should be, yeah. Hopefully we, when's their dev broadcast? It's gotta be soon, right? It's gotta be soon. That was pretty bad. 23 minutes, oh. That was more damage than I was expecting. Okay, time, damage, DPS. That was... time, S... 12, 56, 23, 158, 431, 419. Number. Reapers are very tasty if you don't mind the stomach cramps in the Ring of Fire. The Red Ring of Death, huh? Freeze one row, okay. Okay. H and A. No. That was some really good. Actually, there's more damage than I was expecting. H and A, power AM, current bonding, 65% CD. Pretty short. Okay, so we do the same thing, but instead of time distribution, we can do MP conversion. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, that puts us at what? Puts us at 87% cooldown. Okay. And this is with Shell, Crusher, and Cirque. Want an MP conversion, one MP mod? Listen, guys, we're changing mods, we're changing weapons, we're changing components constantly with this while we're testing. So if you're asking, we probably just tested what you're asking about. So I was trying less cooldown, but when you use MP conversion, you're losing MP. MP provides crit rate for her, and it's also dark current damage as well. So you gain cooldown, but you sacrifice damage to do it. So I wanted to try without that to see what the difference was, right? So that's what we're doing, is we're trying different things. So that was why I was trying no MP conversion, but the cooldown was too high. Test pantsless, that could be the difference. Are you gonna play the WoWa Cyberpunk Club? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Well, we will have to do that for sure. Okay, so this is gonna be 87% cooldown. Let's go again. Anyone for Onslaught? No. If only Bear did builds in Forza. If only, bro. Did you get the whole set, Satara? Vibes. Anyone else for Onslaught? Once we have this core build down, we can start messing with the weapon as well. Each time an enemy is defeated, huh? We could actually, you know what we could do is we could try. What else do we have here? Do we have? We could do. What if we did time distribution with bravery instead? Plasma condensation, can 22 seconds is a filer? Yeah, plasma condensation is for single target. It's really good single target. Very good. Then I got Haley and Inez, okay. Anybody else for Onslaught? No one wants to do Onslaught? Nobody wants to do Onslaught? No Onslaught enjoyers, huh? La 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 la, bo da bow do bow do bow da bow. You haven't tried Onslaught yet? Interesting. You should give it a try. Woo Wah Win, maybe tomorrow? This week for sure. Forza tuning does not follow the laws of physics and works unexpectedly. If I wasn't addicted to PoE 2 right now, I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. I feel like I should also not be getting damage buffs from Onslaught in this, because it's going to throw off the metrics a little bit. Attack defense. Let's just do defensives, just in case. I don't want to throw off the metrics by getting buffs and stuff. Okay, so this is still gonna be a cooldown problem, but if we get kills, it lowers it, so. I'm curious if bravery by itself is enough, because we have 65% cooldown, okay. You could also do bravery with a little extra round size too, because we are kind of running into problems here. I don't know if the kills are coming fast enough. Yeah, they kind of aren't, huh? You could also run like Whirlwind with a little bit of reload speed. Yeah. Just not enough, bro. Okay, we're getting overrun. Are we just not doing enough damage here? We're getting overrun like crazy. Can't even do that. Oh, yeah. When's Revelations out? It's got to be soonish, right? Surely. No. All my visuals are bugged. I can't see any skill effects. Put it on the bug pile. Throw it on the bug pile. They'll fix it after they fix the Nell scan, okay? How'd you get up there? He's shooting. Okay, can I play without being knocked down? I'm sure-footed. I'm sure-footed. I'm sure-footed. 1 year to go for Revelations, damn. Maybe we'll do a playthrough right before it comes out. We'll just like a full marathon. Maybe that's the way to go. Okay, can I get some HP or? How come yours went full ammo? Because of the mod Plasma Bullet. It replenishes ammo and reloads. The Edge Runner collaboration story is apparently canon. Yeah, it's gotta be. They wouldn't do like the non-canon. So it's pretty cool. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Q, oh, thank you, Jimmy. Did I get knocked back and it fell off? So glad getting moved from there to there disables all of my active abilities. Sounds like a really good system. A chance to get Lucy? Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully you get her. We can pull after this if you guys want. Okay, so how was that? 23. I think that was well, let's see. 23156 913 359. Yeah, that was worse. Okay, so the MP is very, very valuable. MP is very valuable. Very valuable. This was ridiculous. What, that run? That one was pretty wild. It was. MP is pretty freaking good. Okay, so what does the MP give you? Crit chance? Yes, but also remember it affects current bonding as well. Or dark current, I mean. So the damage tick rate and the damage applied is based on MP. See at the bottom? And then the damage multiplier on firearm hits is based on MP as well. Your white whale? So I would say yes, yeah. So that was the test, is to see how important MP is, and MP is, the weighting on MP is actually much higher than I was expecting. But again, Dark Current could be bugged, and I think it is bugged, so. Well, I think circulation's the right way to go. That Max MP is super useful. Can we get more MP in here? Not really, right? We could. I mean, we could. Is that better than just skill power? It might be. Could be. That means we would want an AM with MP on it, right? Why is it bugged? It's triggering too fast, I think. Like, it's like double the tick rate it's supposed to be. It's kind of like where current bonding was. I caught you between builds. Oh, did you say something and I missed it? I'm so sorry. No worries, no worries. I just stopped MP conversion. I can't wait to get this cooldown mod. Yeah, I think that's kind of what the the conclusion we're running towards here is that MP conversion is actually, it's too much of a damage loss because of the NP drop. Like the MP drop is so important that it's actually a pretty big loss. Crit damage, singular defense. Tech skill singular. HP cooldown. Tech HP MP. AP MP. Thoughts on Soulframe? Overall good. Last time I played it, it was really good. I did enjoy it quite a bit. Curious to see more. I think it definitely needed polish, of course. Of course. Dark Current has on-hit trigger, seems to trigger as it is written there. I haven't tested it. I've just heard, like, N is convinced it's bugged, Biscuit is convinced it's bugged. It seems like all the people that have tested it are convinced that it's bugged. I haven't tested it myself, though. But I trust them. HP defense singular up and singular down. Okay. HP shield range? It doesn't have any trigger delays or CD. Let's look at it. Maybe it's the trigger rate. Well, like it's the proc rate, right? Because that has a chance to trigger when hitting enemies with conductor and multi-hit, right? Or skill critical hit. Deals a portion of his damage to nearby targets based on max MP and inflicts conductor. So it might be that the proc rate is not applying correctly. I see Dark Current trigger rate 30%. It could be that it's triggering too much. Hit them 50 times a second with Anvil? Right, but like, that's irrespective of the stat itself, right? If the trigger rate says it's 30%, but it's actually 80%, then it's gonna scale that up no matter what weapon you use, you know what I mean? It does 10 times the damage. Oh, it's like too much damage? Interesting. Maybe it's just the contribution from MP is bugged. Again, I haven't tested it, so I don't know. There's an open beta for Mistfall Hunters this weekend. Ooh, I played a bunch of Mistfall. I've had like 2 sponsors for it. Hopefully it eventually ships. They've delayed like 20 times. MP shield crit rate. Heck, MP cooldown. Cost MP HP. Cooldown crit rate tech. Okay. MP acts as a base multiplier there, and it is high. I don't see it being higher than written there, but I guess need to test more. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you're right, maybe they're right. I can't add too much because I haven't tested it myself, so I'm just repeating what I've heard from a lot of different sources. So you could very well be right that it's not bugged and maybe Biscuit had it wrong, or I don't know. Cooldown MP we might have to do to try this. I'm curious. Right, so if I do, let's see. What if we do like enlightenment? What if we didn't have range? Is that such a bad thing? Because that affects all of it, doesn't it? Caster effect range 40% each, yeah. I don't know. Effect range is pretty important here. You think we could drop expansion? Can change the bounce range, but everything's kind of localized in Onslaught. It does give more bounces as well, yeah. Come to trade? Come? What do you have, Cetera? Well, that's a good one. You can just sell this. Why don't you just sell it? Instead of giving it to me. How do I forgot how to do this. Because it needs to be 10, right? $10 caliber to you. Thank you. Don't need that. Singular HP. HP shield range. There's that one. Do 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 do. Bow bow bow. What does that put us at? 609 MP. And we currently have max cooldown because of this. So what if we did time distribution instead? It's at 81 and 682. What if we lost bounces? Would that be so crazy? Would that be so wild? Would that be so too out of the world? I'm too lazy to sell stuff. The selling system is very obtuse. I would agree with that. It definitely is a little flat. What if we drop the range? What if we dropped range? Bouncer DPS we want to place it with MP. I'm curious if MP has an impact or not. Like what? Like if we did enlightenment here, like if dark bonding or dark current is so powerful, right? So now we're at 756 MP. That's almost max MP, but we're missing bounces and range on some of the things. Like the 2 and the 4 are gonna hurt without range. The 1's gonna have two less bounces on it. So it is going to be a bit of a loss. Well, let's try it. We're close to max MP now. Let's see if it's that big of a difference. Go back to Sigma now. The game was awesome, a niche PvP game. The releases these days feels like a huge gamble. It is, yeah. I think Mistfall is definitely a gamble. They've been doing a lot of. This is HNA, MP, and CD. AM, current bonding, time dist, 81% CD, shell circ. All right, you guys ready? Anyone want to jump in for Onslaught? We're doing more Onslaught. Does anybody want more Onslaught? Anybody else? Anybody? Anybody? My name is Robert Neville. I'll be broadcasting every day at noon. If you're out there, please. Do you have Onslaught 3 unlocked, Alice? Go for Ancient the Arc board? We could. Let's try this, and then we can try that next to see how that compares. A2 with 2B's hair. Yeah, you have to do 1 and 2 to unlock 3, yeah. I use range now myself. I'm curious. Okay, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Nobody else? Okay. We go. Is everybody ready? I wish I could ready check in game. That'd be nice. That would be quite nice. I'm surprised we don't have a ready check in this game. How do we not have a ready check in this game? A Sharon? Holy moly. You think it's Cutting Force, Sharon? Curious. Yep, Cutting Force. Pharaoh Magnet, interesting. Curious how she does. I would pick this. I'm picking bad buffs on purpose.
You should take a look at this.
Who's really good for Onslaught? Inez, Daya, Viessa are probably the queens. Glaze good too. Even with like 81% cooldown and still not quite enough to have full uptime. We would need rounds. That's crazy. So you need like 85, 86% cooldown and plus to have full uptime on shooting with 6 rounds at the fire rate we have. It tries to be a sim. What game for him? This game? Are we still doing it? Okay. All right, with the miniguns. Relax. Oh my God, with the miniguns. Okay, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. It's over. I'm alive. I didn't doubt myself for a second. I think I'm dead here. Okay. Oh, they're still talking Forza, Izzy. Thank you. Okay. I'd mow down Inez? What do you mean mow down Inez? You'd mow her down? Is she grass? No, no. Did it lower the ambient damage? Yeah, it's really dumb. Like, it's their enemy choice. Like, the enemy distribution in this mode is very, very forked. They need to fix it. Hopefully they do. Mini guns! The mode is difficult and fun, yeah. If they can clean up the enemy distribution and some of the ambient damage, the mode is fun. It is fun. They just really need to fix it. It's really bad. If there's any way bringing a support Luna could work on Bubs and Onslaught, yeah. Onslaught and then some Bis Colossus, yeah. Absolutely. But it would have to be like a team, a pre-made team. I wouldn't do it randomly in Bubs. I feel like you're just gonna have a bad time. Better than 3-minute dungeon is better than a 3-minute dungeon, exactly. Do, 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 do. Banana, 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 down, banana, down.
This way. You should take a look at this.
The Sharon, I think, is murdering the single target like crazy. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god! Ba-ba-ba-bum. How's Billy coming together? It's coming, it's coming. It's coming, it's coming. If you do enough damage to this guy, by the way, you can stop the big red explosion. Like, instead of running, if you just attack him, you can interrupt it. Dun 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. What governs your RK activity? It's the power of all your components put together, like your external components, your reactor, your modules, your cores. Like every little bit of your build gives you RK activity, and it's based on how leveled up they are. So if you have, you know, modules that aren't upgraded, it's less RK activity. If you have a reactor that's not fully upgraded, it's less RK activities, and you know, it just shows how complete your build is. Doesn't measure how powerful it is, just shows how complete it is. 19825041 All that is fully upgraded is still lower than some of my incomplete ones? Well, then you're missing something. Pretty straightforward, right? Check your RK tuning, make sure RK tuning is built out. Make sure you have cores and leveled up on your external components. Make sure your reactor's fully maxed out. Make sure you have at least one of your weapons is fully upgraded, duplicated. All of your modules on everything is upgraded. All of your modules here are upgraded and maxed out. You have your, you know, you have enough catalysts and everything as well. All of that contributes to the total of it as well. Yeah, and then the AM, the ancestral module, can contribute too. So make sure you have all the pieces. It's literally just it's like a completion puzzle. Is just how complete your puzzle is, you know. Okay, I don't know. I don't think losing the range was worth it, chat. I don't think losing the range was worth it. But it was a good test. The range is necessary. It is important. Like literally just trading range for MP ended up being a slight loss. They're actually quite comparable, surprisingly. But it is a slight loss. Ever so slight. However, 81% cooldown is still not enough. It's like you really do need max cooldown or bravery. We can try this with bravery and see. Like maybe bravery makes the difference. The problem with bravery is you need to be killing the target, and in a group setting, it's gonna be very inconsistent, right? You're not always gonna be the one killing the target in a group setting. That's kind of the core problem. Plus enlightenment, okay. Range. This would be time distribution plus bravery. We could even, instead of Veil, we could do like extra rounds on this too. Concretion does pretty good for MP. But she doesn't have any enhanced skills, does she? Do any of these count as enhanced? I don't think so, right? And this is firing enhancement? Does that count? I think it has to be an enhanced skill like Luna or Ajax, right? I don't think she can trigger this. It slows you down too. You lose everything if you roll or grappling hook. Ugh. Ugh. Ooey gooey. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's try 81% cooldown with bravery. Range instead of MP, and just see how that compares. It takes me from 700 base, almost 900 when stacked. Yeah, but if you dodge roll or grappling hook, it's gone, right? Are you saying you go an entire onslaught with ever dodge rolling or grappling hooking? That's madness. That's crazy. It does give you a nice amount of MP. And she triggers this by using, I guess, her 2? I feel like you wouldn't be using a skills enough to stack this Yeah, yeah. I mean, you'd be using your 2 and your 3. I guess you would eventually stack it. But then again, if you you pretty much wouldn't be able to roll or grappling hook, which I guess isn't the end of the world. Where would you even put it? Inez never dodges or grapples? I mean, you can enforce that on yourself, I guess. I feel like it's pretty hard to not do that, though. All right, anyone for Onslaught? We have 1 slot. Also, just do randoms. La 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 na na. APMP. Oh, you can change the light? That looks good. That's the new Battle Pass skin. You can change the blue light on the shoulder, on the arms. No, it takes your highest weapon, Elisa, I think. When it comes to arcade activity, I think it just takes your highest weapon. It's not all of them, I don't think. So whichever weapon is the highest, it takes that one. Otherwise, you could cheese it. I threw another one on Viesa and it went up 5K, right? But it's the new one you put on a higher value than the one you had already. I think it just takes whichever one's the highest, I think. EPMP.
This way.
We are pumping, dude. 3 Inezes and a Serena. Enter a bar. Okay. That was half the value? Really? Seems to be each weapon, really. Oh, and I have my 1-up because I got knocked back. I'm gonna poop. I'm pooping. Okay. up, Luzin? Thank you for the 115 streak. Thanks for streaking. What's Serena's preferred gun these days? Hammer and anvil. You can still use restored relic, and ancient knight is still okay. The battle pass lightning weapon's not bad. You can do Eye of Typhoon's not bad either. Poo-op. Voltia's cool too. Yeah, Voltia's nice. It is very nice. It drops for each weapon I put on or take off. I could have swore it was only for the highest weapon. I could have swore. But maybe I'm wrong.
This way. You should take a look at this.
Okay, stop. What game is this? The First Descendant, and hello. 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 Hello? What? Oh, okay. Where's your clothes? They burned off, man. In all the 10,000 meteor AoE spam they put in this mode. They belted off. You know? Why TF indicator shows skin? Too much bullet explosions? Yeah, that's the lore reason. It's all the bogus attacks. It's ripping their clothes off, obviously.
You should take a look at this.
Yeah, Pyromancer burned it all off, exactly. Couldn't be helped, to be honest. What are you gonna do? I watched your PoE2 Frostork vid and saw you were live. Welcome in. I started to want to see how others played. You're talking about PoE2? Damn. 15 512 184 275. Making plenty of frags and glory for sure, for sure. Enjoy. Are you playing Sorceress this season, Zach? Have a good sleep, Tal. Sleep well. Gonna run that character some more and then maybe do some a Spear Gemling or Plasma Blast Huntress. Holy moly. Plasma. Oh, I got a chip. Should we run that back? The bravery does solve the CD problem, but I feel like if you can get the CD without bravery, I feel like that's the way to go. Other cool abilities, I feel like ultimates, but Gathering Storm build. Yeah, man. I mean, we could take crit damage out. Maybe we do lose emergency measures. I want to try this concretion, as someone was suggesting. I one shot the arbiters? Damn, dude. Holy moly. If this is enough by itself, it might be. A chip? One bounty worth running this week? One bounty. Those chips are so rare, it's crazy. So rare, it's crazy. Yeah.
Ask me anything about modules.
Oh, it is enough. Wow. Not that it really mattered, but we can try it. Up to 30 stacks. That's a lot of MP. Let's try MP conversion. Okay, I do need to hit that. All right. And then instead of this, we just do raw power. Like that. And that puts us at max cooldown, yeah? 87, that should do. Which means we don't need bravery anymore. The Marauders are kind of weak in .5. A one-shot of Divinity with ED Lich. Wait, with Essence Drain? You mean you like bursted him down real fast? There's no way you one-shot him with Essence Drain, right? Tell Gaiman to care about Dota 2 again? All right, I'll have my people talk to his people. I'll take care of that for you. Could also just do cooldown here if we needed to. Boom, 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 boom. Electric skill modifier. I'll do supernova as well. Let's try this. I'm curious about concretion. Concretia. Okay, so this one would be H and A, power AM, current bonding, MP conversion, 87% CD, shell circ, RK concretion. That gives us 500 MP. What about any of these? Skill cost, crit damage. Can't do a mission. She doesn't have any mission, does she? This is technically a toggle, but it's toggle, not a mission. Also catalyst. I think you need 800 MP. That's what we've been testing, man. We're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I have one slot in Onslaught. Everyone wants to go in. The bus is leaving the station. When 2025 Winter Skin Collection cash. Damn. I've been too busy working on the Steam box, bro. Too busy working on the Steam box. Going once, going twice. So Tara's gonna try now. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it the old college try. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. They don't cost me massive. I might uninstall. What? That's crazy, man. You're crazy, bro. You can dash while waiting to start for concretion stacks early. True. True, true, true. Ghost in the Shell now, huh? We have a Dia that's done Onslaught 300 times. I don't know if this is going to be a fair comparison. Does Onslaught scale by group size correctly? Or is it pretty bad at that? Usually they're very bad at scaling by group size. You try Glay next, okay? Wait, 6, 7.
Be careful here, everyone.
Yay, miniguns! Here's the follow, come in. A crazy amount. I don't know if she's I don't think she's spamming fast enough because it looks like the stacks on King Grecian fall off individually, and I don't think I'm using abilities fast enough to stack it up. It's really only giving us like maybe 8% MP, which is noticeable. It's not nothing. But I'm just not spamming fast enough to keep it stacked to max. The stacks are falling off. No. We could enlightenment instead of emergency measures, though. Does basic skill level matter when you level for unarmed? I'm actually not sure. I forget how the unarmed calculates. Where does it even get its level from if you don't have a weapon equipped? Is it just based on your level? Based on your level, last turn is level 90. Okay. It's like 25, 50, 70, 90. Okay. That's good to know. I don't know how else they would do it. It's like the most logical solution, right? Is if you have no weapon to scale off of, then you got to do something else. Okay. Making a chalupa minion? Oh boy. Grass is greener on the other side. You gotta be almost off, right? $20 more minutes, you're almost there. Easy peasy. Ooh. Warrior melee up to monk melee numbers. Playing Niles tiresome. It is. There's a lot of scanning going on. Scan, 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 scan. Scan, 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 scan. Scanny, scanny, scan, scan. Mega scan. Yeah, I don't think concretion's it. We can try enlightenment instead of concretion. Doesn't always scan when you need either. Yeah, Nell's scan is still to this day bugged. It still has a bunch of bugs, which is crazy. That puts it at 580 with circulation. I almost want like supernova. That would be shield, defense. Could also enlighten. What would enlighten to get us? HP shield. I guess one more HP. Let's try it. It's 16,000 HP, 580 MP. Remove the scan and add it to her base damage. That'd be nice. Now that's cool gameplay. She just needs more modules. Well, I mean, they just need to fix the scan. The scan is bugged. I would say like 20 to 30% of the time when you scan, it doesn't scan. Which just adds to the frustration of it, right? We could plague. What does plague have for stats? HP might be better. Let me try that. HP is probably a little better. That puts us at 18,000 HP. It's pretty good. Basically, that would be this with what? Circ, plague, enlightenment. This is still 81%, yeah? Okay. With double power. Yahar. Sharon this time. And Glay. Okay. Going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! My ability does damage on bosses, but adds just struggling and randomly getting one tap too. What ability are you running right now? I forget. No. Cool glasses, bro. Cool glasses. I wish Sharon was cooler and stronger. I like her a lot as a character, but all of her builds are so awkward. Even though she just got reworked for the millionth time and she's still awkward. They just can't seem to get it right, man. It's too hard. It's too hard to get the game design right. It's too difficult. It's too challenging. Gemly Lightning Spirit Bell with a Hinder Spider? What the frick? And a Diamond Jewel? You're way out there. That's a wild, bro. That's wild. You wild and crazy, girl. Okay, just turn my ability off. That makes sense. Hey, Father, welcome in. That's where the Steve scan and she's good. Stop! They'll hear you, MK. They'll hear you. Be careful. If you say that, they'll hear you. They're listening somewhere, surely. Sleep well, Belle. See you tomorrow. Oh God, things are happening. I'm coming. Might be a bit of an unfair comparison because there's more damage that we can deal. Do your fourth trial, just do Sekma. Sekma's fourth trial is fine. Just don't do Chaos is painful. You doing the traps? The traps are kind of annoying, they are. True and real. Oh, no. Doody 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 doody. Any healing anywhere? That this game was dead? It is not dead, no. You thought wrong. Destiny 2 is dead. Maybe that's what you were thinking of. Too soon? Do the mini guns! Flew too close to the firing squad. And the 97 meteors and the 38 frozen explosions and the 42 poison puddles and the 57 miniguns and the 48 assault rifles. All in one mode, in one concentrated area. Because we can't think of anything else to give our mobs because we don't know how to make encounters. It's too complicated. It's too hard. It's too hard to hire a game designer. It's too hard. We'll just phone it in. It'll be fine. Maybe the caterer that brings our burgers knows how to game design. Let's have them do it. We'll give them a fresh, crisp $10 bill. Eugen would work, yeah, Eugen would be nice. It would, it would. A Eugen is always nice, assuming you have enough damage without him. If I'll come in. They're using aimbots! SVB covering the Raylan in a video on Thursday? What? What the frick, bro? But I need to buy more supporter packs in Path of Exile. Speaking my language. Why are they going around the wall? Why are they cheating? No, 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 no. One day I'll play a bear. I kind of want to get it, Cream. It looks good. Trying to make a bear build? Every story is better than 3/4 of Wuwa entire storyline? Oh my god, I can't wait. That one's gonna be a bit unfair because we had to do more there. It's really sad. Yeah, Destiny 2 is no longer any updates. They'll probably keep the servers online for as long as people play it, but there are no longer any updates. Level 3 unlocked. Nice, Alyssa. Let's go. If they can bring this quality over to the actual game, maybe that is the actual game, right? You mean just continue the quality going forward? It could be that just had that it just had more eyes on it because it was licensed, right? And I know that the Edgerunner's writer was heavily involved in it as well, so like they had a lot of extra help with this one. Destiny 2 was my only respite from Warframe last 5 years. Unlucky, man. I can come on Eugen, okay? Is that 2 underscores? On top of storyline, I even like the less loved ones. Yeah, the story I think is the best part out of WoWA. It is the best part.
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
I miss Destiny, best in class gunplay. Yeah, rip Destiny. Huge ripperoni. Huge. I kind of like this better than Bravery, chat. Question is if we need bonding or not. Do we need bondage? I feel like, I don't know. I wish you could get like a damage recap at the end to see like what of yours did, like how much damage of yours. That would be really nice. We can try Beyond-O. Should we try Beyond-O? We could try the Beyond-O. No, 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 no. Is WoWA Wuthering Waves? Yep, that's the one. Like, Leia's now optimized for damage. Ooh, let's go. Good jorb, good jorb. Gotta do some Luna, huh? Some lunacy? Let's try this with... This is the same thing, but instead we're doing Power Beyond-O. You guys ready? Is everybody ready? Everybody ready? Ready, ready, ready? Ready, 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 ready? Ready, ready, ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, Forbes ready, let's go. That's pretty huge mungus. It's pretty huge mungus if you ask me. Pretty huge mungus, yes. I just kill him and end the character here. I'm doing decent damage, but learning mechanics. Divinity or Ash? You just like, I'm a pretty girl too. Look at me. You sure are, Eugen. You sure are. Keep it up, baby. Keep it up, baby girl. Kill him and end the character here on just Arbiter of Ash? You gotta do Divinity, bro. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro? Gotta stick it out to the end, bro. Gotta be brave, bro. Wow. Wow. What's up, Lobo? How are you? You're trying to adjust these new bills? You're welcome, you're welcome. Oh, I just lost a bunch of lives there. Holy moly. Try to keep the shield up if you guys can. It is muy importante. Muy. Muy importante. Muy. The next low on has to save the game. Yeah, we've been saying that for years. For years. Is Freyna any good Onslaught? You have to use the infected weapon build, and even then, there's a lot of other characters that can do more than her. I enjoy her, but I feel like she doesn't put out enough in the newest stuff. Yeah. You can run infected weapon with her like special unique weapon build. It's okay, but yeah, if she had enough damage to run contagion, it'd be awesome. But alas. It might have a bit worse state than it has before the buff. Could be. They were both in the same situation. Good at mobbing old content, not really relevant for anything else. I just wish what they did to Inez, they could do to all characters every time they do their infinite reworks, you know? Add new ways to play, buff them so they're actually strong, give them variety, and then keep what's already there. Same thing they did with Viessa. They just can't seem to do it consistently. They did it with Viessa and Inez, but then they butchered Sharon. And they just kind of side-graded and slightly butchered Valby as well. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for them. Viessa was strong. Yeah, she was already strong, but they just gave her new ways to play, buffed her, and kept what was already there. That's what I would expect from a rework. Not whatever the hell they did to Sharon, which was a nightmare. And then Valby, it's like you just traded problems for different problems, you know what I mean? Valby had a lot of problems before and some power problems, and then now like some of her old problems were fixed, but they introduced a bunch of new problems. So now Valby is like just problematic in different ways now. Like literally they just spent all this time reworking Valby, and Valby now still needs another rework. And I feel like if you're gonna rework a character, you may as well just do it to the point where they don't need a rework right after they've been reworked, you know? It just feels so bad when they do that. Like, I love Valby. I've been looking forward to her changes for so long, and all they did was just make her differently bad. She was bad before, and now she's differently bad. Yay. Now you can be upset in different ways. Hooray. Can't wait for the next Valby rework. I don't have my one active. Random bullshit go. Kinda. All the people quit before they got to content that made her irrelevant. Oh, you mean like for Inez and stuff? Well, I think they just created a new standard of game with like Axion planes and stuff. Like they upped the HP of all the enemies after Axion, and any character that was designed for a game that was not Axion got left behind, like Freyna. Freyna and Inez were in that camp. They just didn't deal enough damage to keep up with the modern design of every monster now has 5x the HP they used to, you know? So, you know, they just basically, they rework one character and then they do things that makes it all like 8 other characters now need a rework, and then they had to rework another character, then 8 other characters need a rework. And we're just in this infinite cycle of always needing reworks, you know? Because nothing's built to last. Who's there with Lepic? Lepic's strong. He just he could be stronger, and he needs more builds too. I think they could just give Lepic a damage buff and fix up some of his red mods, but they've already done that like 3 times. They just need to do it again, I guess. And again and again and again. Until we're in the grave. I don't really like just builds be viable. Take a gunner skill value to onslaught with another player's skill. Either should work, but gunner builds are the only ones strong enough. Now, there's a lot of skill builds that are really strong too. AZ Viessa, Glacial Cloud Viessa, the Blooming Dia. All of those are skill builds. Very, very strong. Plasma Ball and Inez. Condensation and Inez. Those are all skill builds. Very strong. AZBS, yeah, AZBS is really good. Really good. Haley broke Rossing on Belize? Yeah, she did. She did. And then she got power crept, and then she got reworked, and now she's kind of getting power crept again. The Haley rework was good. Cold Heart was a good addition. Camo was a good addition. She got some nice changes. She became relevant. It's like, you know, they have the capacity to do it. They just have a hard time doing it consistently. And when they screw up, it's usually not minor. It's usually not like, oh, this was a little bit off. Sometimes it's like shockingly off the mark. Like they weren't even in the ballpark anymore. They were in the parking lot. You know? Like, what are we even doing? Like the Sharon rework, what the frick was that? Made 0 sense. They took a wrong turn. They walked through the village and they listened to the weird fortune teller in the corner. It was like, come here, precious. I have a prophecy for you. Take Sharon, one of the most awkward characters in the game. Make her stealth skill have 3 separate phases that take 8 times longer to animate. And don't fix any of her problems. Just make her weirder to use. Ah, yes. Fortune teller Baba, we praise you, we praise you. We will do it. Yeah, even when they were doing the dev light for the Sharon changes, like even the community manager was like, this is what we're doing? Are you sure? Are you sure? They nerf everyone that uses the same thing, but in a weaker way. Rework a character, tune the game to them, then have to rework everything else. It's okay, baby. Hello. Let's add some resistance to multi-hit and gun builds because Serena's too strong. Give me another year of this balancing unless they hire a new Pablo. True. I'm not killing Arbiter. You're not strong enough to kill Arbiter of Ash? Oh, that's a feels bad, man. Amachalupa, congrats, Cream. Haley at one point became a snow bunny. Would this Nez build be considered gun or skill? It's a hybrid. It's a hybrid. I'm salty about Valby's skill build is too weak for this and gun build getting nerfed. It's like, there's like 1 or 2 builds for Valby that are like passable. But I feel like if you're gonna spend a whole month working on a character and the best you can do is passable, you know what I mean? What are you rocking? Oh, crit. Crit with infiltration, huh? How much crit do you have here? Gold crit? How much crit do you have? Using combat support at the end helps a lot with dealing with Pyro. The team has to keep him at the right spot, though. Yeah, it does. The bombardment is very strong. It is. It is very strong. Bam, 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 bam. You said 26 bill with this? Yeah. Basically, you could do like her crit skill build, or if you have like a good AM mod, or you can do, I don't know, that's kind of it, huh? Water play, and then you have supply moisture, which is bugged and they're fixing it. So like after supply moisture, defense Nuge, I feel like you would have been much better off not running this in Onslaught. I feel like defense neutralization is really hard to run in Onslaught. Just power MP, not even that much MP. How much MP do you have? Nice. I mean, if you have a good enough, you're running just 1 MP mod, 1 MP mod with MP down. Crazy. What's up, Otha? How are ya? You have some maps but don't have the currency to fix gear. Sharon rework is very good conceptually. I think she needs more base stats, and Invis should be dash. Yeah, the 3-step Invis, without even being able to cancel it, was just like,
I miss my family.
to be honest, and I always feel like I'm being too harsh when I say this, because it is kind of toxic, but I feel like the Sharon rework to me is what I would expect from like an intern or an associate game designer that was turning in their first design document. You know what I mean? Like that's what it felt like. It was someone with an idea, but without the technical knowledge or experience to implement it properly. They just kind of put it together like, here's what I think, right? And like, and I've coached and tutored a lot of budding game designers, a lot of them, right? Interns or associate. They just come on and associate. They haven't done game design before. They have cool ideas, but they don't really have the experience. The Sharon rework is exactly what that felt like. It felt like an associate designer handed me their first game design document and I had to review it. And so you have to go and be like, no, doing a 3-stage teleport for a character in a game that has high pace is gonna be really awkward. You can't cancel it, which means you can't get out of it. It's also one of those things where like you have to be in stealth and maybe you don't want to teleport, but you have to. There's still a lot of like range issues, AoE issues, her red mods still don't work properly. Area suppression is still, has a lot of gaps and holes in it. It has issues with elevation. If you're doing area suppression on Sharon and there's an enemy slightly above you in elevation, it will miss. In a mobbing game, a 3-dimensional mobbing game, when you use area suppression, if an enemy is slightly above you, it will miss. It's also not a full circle, it's like a star. And so there's gaps in the projectiles that come out of area suppression. So like, how do you justify an Inez ultimate that covers like this entire area of Albion, but area suppression fills just this little hallway and has holes in it and elevation issues? It's like, it's like this laundry list of low-hanging fruit that are very easy to fix, very easy to clean up, very easy to implement, and they just don't. And then it goes on for a long, long time without being addressed, without being touched, without being cleaned up, and it just adds to the frustration, you know? Can you check my build? 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 You're just doing supply moisture gap, yeah? Why are you running gap in time and nimble finger? You're trying to like a in between? I feel like if you're gonna run cooldown reduction, you wouldn't run gap in time, right? You're running cooldown on the reactor, you're running cooldown on nimble fingers and then gap in time. So you're kind of doing like a weird in between nerfing yourself kind of situation. Why don't you like defense neutralization on Valby? It's not just on Valby. Defense neutralization, defense neutralization is when you hit an enemy on full HP, which means that only one person gets to apply defense neutralization. If you're in a 4-man group with AoEs going on all the time, you have to get lucky to apply defense neutralization. If you're not the first person to hit the enemy, this mutant cell is doing nothing. 0. As soon as the HP, the enemy is at 99.9% HP, this does nothing. 0, zilch, nothing. It turns off. So that's why I don't like running defense neutralization in a 4-man group of Onslaught, is the likelihood of you being the first person to hit an enemy is kind of wishy-washy, you know what I mean? I'm running out of times to put water. I am running out of times to put water under me, then don't run gap in time. Run something else. You know Colossus has shields, right? Yeah, I know. Defense neutralization is great when it applies. If you can apply defense neutralization, it's awesome. But again, in a group, when everyone's attacking at the same time as you, there's gonna be a lot of times where you can't apply this because someone else hit it before you did. You know what I mean? Someone else just tapped it real quick, especially like, you know, you've got an Inez nearby shooting H&A into the air, hammer and anvil, it's exploding all over the place. If I tickle something on accident and it drops in HP, this turns off for you. That's the only reason I don't like running it. You'll get it on the Colossus and maybe you'll get it on like the Void Shield mobs, then you'll get it occasionally, especially if you're alone. But it, you know, the uptime is kind of suspect because you have to be the first person to hit it. But it does apply to the Colossus, so you know, if you want to run it just for the Colossus and like the shielded tyrants, and that's enough for you, I just feel like you could probably do like RK Catalyst or something, or even Cohesion. I feel like Cohesion would be more value over the whole run, unless you're just concerned that the Colossus is just too long at the end and you want to run it just for that, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm kind of liking this with less crit damage and then Enlightenment. I feel like this is doing pretty good. I actually did like Power Beyond better than Current Bonding. What would you run there? Where? On your build or Satera's build? Helps the value switch just when you are solo covering a point. Yeah, it does. I mean, when it applies, it's good. It's really good. If I was more mobile with 2, it allows you to be pretty much ahead of anyone else to apply it. Yeah, if you feel like you can isolate situations where you can apply it, it's really good. It's really good. It's just, you gotta be aware of it, you know? Okay, so... now for this... I think I'm happy with this. Can't even get MP on this as well if you got a better one. Adding MP to this would be really good. And then a downside. What mutant would you run on Supply Moisture Valby? I don't remember. Supply Moisture? Probably none? I don't know. I mean, I have my Supply Moisture posted. You can just go bring up the sheet, right? I run Arcade Chain on her. Arcade Chain for Onslaught, and then probably Cohesion for anything else. You could also, well, no, you wouldn't want to run defense. All right, you guys ready to go again? Oh, no, 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 no. Does defense neutralization not work with non-attribute, but only fire, electric, poison, and ice? No, it lowers their defense. The defense reduction is very palatable. It's very good. I think it is across the board is better now, though you need to adjust your gameplay for it in groups. If it applies, it's good. I'm just saying that unless you're grouping with people, if you're solo queuing into Onslaught, personally, I would have low confidence that I could consistently apply defense neutralization if I was solo queuing into Onslaught. But if you feel like you can run away from the group and put some water down when no one's watching, or or you just use it for the Colossi, it could be good. But personally, I think that the uptime on it is very sus in a group. Yeah, shout out to Repent for the Eugen. Eugen's so sick. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Defense resistance does not work for non-attribute skills. It doesn't apply the resistance down, but it applies the defense down. Am I blind? Where is it? Oh, because she has a different slot. What slot is defense? I hate this system so much. It's so bad. Is it M? Here we go. Yeah, so it won't do non-attribute resistance, but it does defense. And defense is probably the lion's share of the contribution here. But it'll do defense down, and it doesn't do non-attribute resistance for whatever reason. I don't know why, but... got a sub 2 minutes ago. Solo Defiler this morning. First time it felt like it was worth a few cents at the game. Nice, Husker. Huge. All right, you guys ready? I see you guys are in menu right now. You guys ready? I feel the pool coming back next month. Oh, the infinity pool for summer. Yeah, they're going to do bikinis and stuff, right? Swimwear. So that would make sense. Oh. Are we ready? Mr. Terror, are you ready? Number 1 photo guy, ready? R, okay. What am I testing here? I forgot. What did I change? Did I change anything? I'm kind of happy with this, to be honest. Maybe we could try running a cell. We could electric chain. Or cohesion. What would we lose? We would lose skill power, probably. Let's try chain catalyst instead of skill power. So same thing except plus chain catalyst. Megan, hello, hello. What's up, Slug? Thank you for the daily Pokemon. You're progging, losing? This prog is prog. Nice prog, nice prog. All right, let's try. We go, we go, we go. Hello, Ledo. Hello. Relax yourself, okay? Calm yourself down. Hello. Hi. 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 Hello. Dun, 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 no, no. Ugh. Okay. No 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 ba 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 boo da ba ba boo ba 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 boo. Dayman, thank you for the Prime. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. Enjoy the icon, the emotes, and the ad-free experience for 30 days. Oh, come on, you filthy animal! All the way over here? What a dog! What a dog! What a dog! He just couldn't be left out, could he? I don't know if I've ever seen him do that. That's crazy. Teleported across the map, bro. You killed him as I died and it didn't count. Unlucky, dude. It did count as a kill, but the loot was wiped. You don't need the loot. You don't need it. You don't need it. Spawn win area, and where does have room to spawn all her BS? You just die? Morwin? Who's Morwin? Is it a very rainy day? Like, just like emotional, or it's just been raining all day? Was it a bad day for rain? Raining non-stop for days. It's what plants crave. It's what the plants crave. Electrolytes, yep. Weather rainy. Does it make you want to curl up with a good book? Non-stop rain sounds like heaven. If you're in Arizona, yeah, absolutely. Arizona is like, there are times in some of the areas like Flagstaff or Phoenix, you step outside and it's like you're put your face in front of the exhaust of a car, but like everywhere. It's so bad, dude. Scott, what plants need? Electrolytes. Good luck the runs. Thank you, Furman. I think I'm gonna have a break until the Inez and Valby spam stop. I made it in the best way possible. It's worse than Serena and Lance area. Damn, GG. See ya, Ferrum. See you on the flippity flip flop. Are you doing a plasma ball build? Should I do one after this? Sure, we can do one. Who up plasmaing their ball? Who up plasmaing their ball? Prefer skill builds? I do too. I do too. I like using skills more than shooting guns in this game. I do too. Can we get him in time? I don't know. Did we get him or did it blow up? Guns are pretty bad. Some gun builds are really strong. Play Blue Beetle, Serena builds. Supply Moisture, which is kind of like a hybrid build. This build, Plasma Bullet. Glaesa can also be pretty good too. You're legitimately salty? Talk to your mama. She just wants to talk to you, man. Why are you salty? Your mama wants to talk to you. Talk to your mama. She told you grass is green, and did you thank her and tell her you love her? Yes, mama, grass is green. You're right. You're so right. You're so right and talented and beautiful. I'm Hulk and green now. No. No. You did 40? Was that the same build? Did you get a good onslaught buff? What are we farming for? Testing this build. Epic damage buffs now? Yeah. The onslaught buffs makes a big difference. That's why I'm not taking any onslaught buffs right now. I want it to be consistent comparison, right? Because if I get like the 900% outgoing damage on one run, but then the next run gets like be better than Hammer and Anvil, to be honest. Want to use that great beast boss as minion? Oh, are you talking about the companion Spirit Walker build? Actually compete in damage? It's probably gonna be worse, but I kind of just want to try it. I kind of just want to try it because ultimately it's just the multi-hit that's triggering the dark current. I'm curious. I'm curious. Hey, what else can we do? Restored relic? I don't know if anything's gonna beat H&A for this. Maybe do Typhoon. I haven't built Typhoon yet, though. Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. 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 I don't run crit damage on your AM. It's just crit rate, right? Are you running it right now? MP Fusion crit rate. Weird. Do you have all 4 crit? You have, you're not running insight either. What's your crit rate? You're not running crit here either. So it's like a partial crit? Your crit rate is 100% with 287 and 27 plus 64. And nothing on reactor then, huh? Interesting. Typhoon is crit, not multi-hit. Yeah, I was wondering if you ran it multi-hit, we could run it that way, but 1 second I pee. Boom, 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 boom. What outfit is that? That's her ultimate outfit. The Vermilion Wave is just painted. Does look good. The only reason I didn't get this outfit can't really see it on this They modeled the nipples in. Otherwise, I think it's pretty cool. Personally. All right, what did we chant? Oh, we want to try Voltia, right? All right, is everyone ready? Everyone R? Are we R? R for the people that are in group? R, R, R. R. B, R, B, R, B. Number one photo guy, Satara. You like to repent? Thank you. R, okay. Always are? Always? I don't believe that. You're saying if you're in the shower, you're ready to do Onslaught? When you're driving around in the car, you're ready to do Onslaught? All right, see how bad this is. I wonder. It's not gonna hit as much. I mean, I can already, in my head, I can already tell it's not gonna be as good, but let's find out, huh? What could go wrong? Wouldn't buy the Inez without it. The military description. Bow wow wow, bow wow wow.
You should take a look at this. This way.
Oh, there it goes. Awkward. actually not as bad as I thought it was gonna be, to be honest. Have a good stream. Have a good rest of your day, Alyssa. I would add rounds to it though. The clip size could be a little bit bigger. Albion Elite stamp. Something like that. Bow, bow. Okily dokily then. Do some useful thinking and maybe play Destiny 2 to be less upset. Godspeed, my friend. It is definitely not fun when your build in PoE 2 isn't working. It's much better at dealing with the Void Shield, I'll tell you that much. Look at that. Oh my god. Which is kind of nice. Especially for level 2. For stage 2, I mean. Whatever you want to call it. Oh, your trees are scuffed? Oh, your talent tree? Volty is actually kind of cooking. What do you think, chat? Voltia kind of cooking. Better than I expected. Do I have analyzer on this? I do. Why do I have that? Oh. Oh. The only downside is on these shielded guys, you have to shoot them in the center of the shield because it's a beam weapon. You can't just shoot over them. Which is kind of annoying, but... And because you're not actually reloading, you can keep your charge the entire time. Like we have max charge 24/7, right? Because we're not actually like it is reloading, but it's not resetting the beam. So we have full charge constantly, which is kind of crazy. You have Voltia built? Ooh. Yeah, it's the new Voltia is multi-hit, yeah. Where you at? Kill the enemies!
We need to deal with this threat first.
Destroy our enemies! Lightning! This won't kill me, right? Nice. Oh, look out! Enemies! Enemies in the bubble! They've breached our lines! Rally the quartermaster! What's up, Gemini? How are you? Hello, how you been? How was your, you got back from your ship a while ago, right? It's nice to be back home. How are you? How have you been? I don't know if it's gonna win in single target though. We can try. I'm so busy with work and stream, I believe. I hope it's gonna go well. Holy moly. Holy moly. The grind never stops. It doesn't. Well, you're technically working 2 jobs, right? So that ain't never gonna change in this economy. I don't know. Hammer and Anvil and Voltia might actually be comparable. The thing I like about Voltia though is that it's much better at dealing with void shields. I guess you could say that. I mean, you are. Unless you're just enjoying streaming so much that you don't consider it a job, but it is a job. All's well. It's been about the same. Chilling. Holding down the front. Any big games that you enjoyed since we chatted last? Have you tried any of the new stuff like Trees Wanna Hurt You or Gambling with Friends, or what else has been new? 007 came out. So many horror games. Let's go. You did do those? All of those? Holy moly. I haven't played 007 yet. Subnautica 2 early access. Thinking of playing Elden Ring? I never caught. I'm scared of punching a hole through my monitor. Listen, you need to branch out, okay? You need to branch out. You can't just be Valorant gamer until your dying day. Souls-likes and ARPGs and stuff like that, it is a bit of an acquired taste. I remember playing Demon Souls for the first time, or Dark Souls 1 for the first time, and I was definitely mad the entire time. But since then, I've gone on to play like every single Souls-like. It's one of those things like once you acquire the taste, it's like super worth it. So I would say go for it. Do it. Elden Ring is incredible. It's very, very good. It's very large. Very large. You can play that game for hundreds of hours if you wanted to. Ooh! How do we do? Yo, Voltia kinda a lot better than I thought it would be. 283. Actually, not bad. Don't encourage playing that game? Why not? Why not? Elden Ring is fantastic. It's really, really good. Oh, am I lagging? Dogma Dark Arisen, join the cult of coat huffers. You could. You like DS3 more? What is my Souls-like ranking? It's probably Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1, Lies of P, Dark Souls 3, and then I think they all kind of run together after that. Of course, Jim, of course. Dark Souls 2 was like good, bad too. There's a lot of good things in Dark Souls 2. A lot of good things. A lot of bad things, but a lot of good things too. All right, so is this the build, Chad? Did we do it? I would say we're definitely at like the 96th, 97th percentile. I want to play DS Remastered. Dark Souls 1 is really, really good. It's a little dated, even the remaster. Honestly, how many action games have you played? Like, have you played like Sekiro? Or like Kazan? First Berserker Kazan? None? You might... Sekiro might be a good place to start. Sekiro is like not full Souls-like. It's more action. It's like in between. I don't know. Elden Ring's really, really good though. It's very good. You just gotta start and see if you have a taste for it or not. Not everybody does. It's one of those things where the cool part about games like Elden Ring specifically is you can make any build you want. You can approach the game any way you want. You can do magic. You can do close range, long range. You can farm up a bunch before every boss and get really strong if you want to. You can do it all naked level 1 if you want to, you know. You know, PlayStation playing Skate 3, Minecraft, and The Sims. Which Sims? Sims 3? Sims 4? That's bomb.com. That is bomb.com. Sims 3 and 4? Holy moly. Holy moly. Let's see. Is this the song? Oh, this is it.
Wade out of Wade and stumbling and that to the teal stone carving and that bound night.
That's definitely not it. What is it called? I think I would recognize it if I saw the name. A lot of these. Chat, what's the Siba Fribbit? Kazan, the first Berserker? I did say that. I said that out loud. I said it out loud. What are you going to do about it? I don't know if I'll be able to... You sweet? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? What was your grip strength again? Decent? Surge? No, not Surge. Everyone else had problems with gaming performance lagging after this latest driver update? Yep. A lot of people. A lot of people. Trap them in a room with carpets and a fireplace. Oh my god. I've never done. Of course you haven't, Scarred. Of course you haven't. Like in the 80s, 90s? Which one am I talking? It just came out, chat. The second one just came out. Hold on, it's probably. What was it? It just came out like in the spring. Why can't I think of it? It's one of those things that Code Vein 2. Code Vein. I don't know why I said Soul Calibur. Code Vein. How do I become famous like you so I can quit my job? Like you're looking at the wrong strum. You're pretty much like, it's not even that different, to be honest. Why does it sound distorted? Does it sound distorted? I mean, it's Simlish. Simlish is always really sounds really weird. It's always sounding that way. Always. All right, let's do I guess the build's done, chat. I don't really know what else to try, to be honest. I think we're good. I like it. I am pleased with it. In the 90s, if similar power to MMA fighter Mike Perry, be proud of yourself? I don't know if it's in the 90s, to be honest. I have this, the one that I use right now, this is 100 pounds. This one's 100. So this one's 100. I have like a 250 as well. I'm working my way up to it, but. Yeah, you got to branch out on other platforms, Jem. Are you on the Tiki-Taki and on the X? On the tube of you? Can't wait for the bunny buff. I'm nervous about it, to be honest. I'm scared they're gonna, I don't know. I doubt they would ruin Valby or ruin Bunny the way they've done other characters, but. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta get on the other platforms, man. You gotta be on the other places. I need to be better about that too. I updated. Is this the one? This is the one, yeah, because this is SMO. Okay. All right. All right. Can also finish on the sponsor that I have. If not winged, it's unsafe. Do you have a YouTube statue? I have a plaque. I have the 100K plaque. Maybe one day I'll have the 1 million plaque. Yeah, I got that one. The play button. Yeah. Back in the day. Once upon a time. How was it, Ryu? Was it good? Give it a score, 1 out of 10, no spoilers. I'm so glad that IO got to do a non-Hitman game. I think it's super worth it. They may buff her gun build and nerf her other builds? What, are you talking about Bunny? What Bunny gun build is there? There isn't one. Boom, 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 boom. Chat, keep in mind, okay, I'm in the process of changing it, so no, I'm not running Plasma Bullet on SEMO. This comes up every time. The screen that you see is temporary, as is most things in life. No, 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 no. Plasma Bullet. Inez. The other day when I said they don't bother playing SMO, now I got 17 cats and running. I had to buy a preset. I think Estimo's in a good spot. He's very tanky and strong enough. I think he's in a good spot. It's a 007 out of 10. Ban that guy. Get him out of here. Get rid of him. Wait, is that? Ancestors. Yeah. It's a 9 out of 10. Nice. Awesome. I can't wait to play it. It'll be pretty cool. Plasma Bomber. No, it's in transition, okay? My sheet is transitioning, chat. You have to be respectful. Be respectful of my transitioning sheet. Bada boop boop. Beep bop. Boop bop beep. Beady beep boop. Beep bop. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Hello, my baby. You want to say hi to the people? You boofed at me, so now you can't escape. Careful. You can't escape now. You are trapped. Say hello to the people. You have a good day today? Did you have a good day? Did you? Did you have a good day? Tell me about your day. Did you sleep? Did you have a nap? Did you have any puppy dreams? What did you dream about? What did you dream about? What? What? I see you. What? Can I help you? What's the problem? Get puppy problems? All right. Okay. Chief Lees. Chief Lees. Ugh. Bam, bam, boom. Give her a Pringles? No. What do we need here? We need... Honestly, I think it's power, bro. Up arrow. There were a few spots that could have been tightened or given a little bit of direction on what to do. Literally had to look online because I was wandering around for 30 minutes without a clue what to do. That bad, huh? Max MP. Cooldown. Cooldown. Skill crit. Skill crit damage. Max HP, I guess. Dun, 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 dun. Melee controls of the game does not explain fully in campaign. Had to go to its sim combat mode outside of campaign to get a full tutorial. Real. It didn't seem like it was all that in depth, but obviously I didn't play it, so you know. Beep beep boop bop beep 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 bop boop bop. I see you, little. Why am I being boofed? Why am I being boofed? Explain yourself. You can do ammo here. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. You can actually just do HP. Because I was running ammo, right? Yeah. It really doesn't matter. You could probably go HP. Really does not matter. You can actually keep ammo in case you're doing like something non-onslaught related. You just have infinite ammo in onslaught. I'm guessing in other modes it might be a little bit more strained. You like the condensation build or the gun build? Yeah, I probably would too. Yeah, I would too. Are we at max range right now? Just under. Dun, dun, boom, boom, boom. Is there a unique PoE2 that lets you change ice to poison or any amulet in? I don't know about poison conversion. There could be. I know there are some poison ones. There's one that does like, I don't want to misspeak. There might be. Converting to poison is not as common. No, 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 no. Ooh. There's poison to fire, or the opposite direction. Beep bop beep bop bop boop bop beep beep beep. Beep boop beep bop. Cause if you live hardcore. No, 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 no. Boom, boom, boom. No, no, look bad. Hammer and anvil. Option 1. Do, 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 do. Doom, doom, bam, ba, doom, bam. Didn't you drop the ball with that racing minigame? Yeah, I've heard people don't like it. Unlucky. You literally hate to see it. Literally hate to see it. Voltia and Thunder Cage are the best for this build? You can't run Thunder Cage with this. It has no multi-hit. Thunder Cage is really good for damage, though. The problem is if you're running Plasma Bullet, you need to either melee, multi-hit, or skill crit, which the multi-hit is what we're after here. So you have to run a multi-hit weapon. Voltia can multi-hit, Hammer and Anvil can multi-hit. There's a couple other options that you could use as well. But Thunder Cage is more of a crit weapon. Ba-da booty booty ba. Option do. Do and Hafe. Do and Hafe. You have to rebuild entirely the weapon for Glay or Inez. I don't see how you would run Thunder Cage with Plasma Bullet. Unless I'm missing something. It doesn't seem like that would work. I guess you could force it to be multi-hit. You could force it, I guess. It's gonna do very little damage, but I guess if all you care about is the trigger rate of it, you could just add a bunch of multi-hit chance to it, right? I guess you could, but I do. You're just crazy, I guess. You lack imagination. That's the issue here, yep. That's the issue. 7 uses Cage on Glay? I didn't say Glay. We're talking about Inez. Inez and Glay are 2 different builds, man. For the one time, you know? Both very differentes. Very differentes. Some of the caliber costs and trade chat are absurd. Yeah, some of them are wild. Thank you for the follow. Come in. Okay, so there's that. Bum 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 bum. Oh, sure this spell requires 10,000 mana, but it's a minimum? Oh, the new thing? Yeah. Hi. What do you need? Why are you boofing me so much? Why using Edging Shot over the other crit modules? Edging Shot is a DPS loss unless you need a lot of crit. I generally try to avoid Edging Shot at all costs. Okay, let me see what the little needs. She's freaking out. 1 second, BRB. Oh, ah, e, ah, ah, I'm back. She had to pee-pee. She was a pee-peer. She was pee-pee. Wait, oui. You lack perspective, dude. Can't say skill names, but yeah, exactly, Axel, yeah. You can't say gun, but you can say futa in TFD chat, true. Varuna Prime, is that a Bernese mountain dog or a Swiss? She is an Australian Shepherd, a black tri. Black tri, welcome back, PP Man, thank you. I was not PP Man, she was PP Man. But she completed her mission, and so now you know. Now you know. Not all pee-pee time is poo-poo time, but all poo-poo time is pee-pee time. Bum 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 bum. Watch the Runeseeker wand. It's just a walking calamity comments for spell, and it's permanent. Jesus. Oh, to be working on PoE builds, man. To be working on PoE builds, man. Thought it was a sword? A sword? That we're moving after .5, you think so? No way. No way. They wouldn't dare. It's a Jonathan meme. Fucking Jonathan! He strikes again. When will he quit? When will he stop? He's too powerful. What's up, Jolly? Hello. Hello. Have you seen that wand? Which one? The meteor wand? I haven't seen it in action. I've heard of it. On third gauge, either crits or push for special effect triggers, same way as Voltia. Yeah, there's enough precedent there. There's a lot of characters that use Thunder Cage to great effect. The new Thunder Cage is really strong, like Ajax and Galay and all of that. I just personally, I wouldn't use Thunder Cage for Plasma Bullet Inez, but I don't know. Maybe you can. Does the lightning strike? Can the lightning strike multi-hit, or is it just the direct shot? 5 sockets, 200% soccer defenders can do 300 with Vol. What? Oh, it's the tuning fork. $10,000 mana. Starfall every 0.3 seconds. Targeting enemies if able. Trigger rate is increased per enemy in radius. Oh my god. That's crazy, dude. Only runes can be socketed in, okay. Can you do the Abyss runes as well? Those are runes, right? Interesting. 5 sockets. What runes would you run for this, bro? Is there a rune? Where are the runes? Rune? Probably wouldn't use any of the default ones. You could basically do one of all of the special runes. Oh my god, bro. Chance for spell skills to fire. You can increase that. Idols are runes, aren't they? Oh man. The future. Burn the wand for the rune. It can give you 2 additional projectiles. You know what if you do like the Alder's Legacy or something? Is this what you mean? Okay, let's see. Done. 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 Okay. Idols aren't runes, dang. 10k mana is a lot. That is a lot. You'd have to do basically everything in order to get that, I imagine. You'd probably have to do everything, right? 10k mana service. Thunder Cage works great with Inez against Claudia the Ganwing Calamity Bounty. Huh? Why Thunder Cage specifically? Why Inez Thunder Cage? Why are we Inez Thunder Caging all of a sudden? Why are we doing this? Explain yourself this instant. Yeah, why even Plasma Bullet and bounties? Go condensation for bounties, bro. Go condense yourself for the bounties. Go condense yourself, bro. Go condense yourself right now. Brohemian. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Ba ba da ba da. Okay. Me when I lore. Me when I lore. That's the Voltia, yeah? Okay. It works great against her. Why are you using Plasma Bullet Thunder Cage for an electric single target bounty? Why are you doing that? Stop that. Stop it. Don't do that. I mean, do whatever you want, I guess, but why are you doing that? I feel like even Plasma Cutting Force Sharon would be better. Or Condensation or Plasma Ball Inez would be better. Right? Why are we doing these things? Sometimes I want to use something other than a skill build. Yeah, but then why? All right, I don't know why I'm arguing. Sounds good. Thunder Cage bounty. You go for it. You do it. You do. You do. You go. You be. Good job. You do. You do. You don't let me interrupt. I'm a fly on the wall, man. If that's what you want to, that's what you want to do, and you do it. Why would players have to tell a streamer Cage is one of the best weapons in the game? I didn't say Thunder Cage is bad. No one said Thunder Cage is bad. I literally have Thunder Cage right here. I use it often. I like the weapon a lot. All I'm saying is, in the context of what we're talking about, when you're running Plasma Bullet, you have to be doing fire and multi-hit, Melee or skill crit? Thunder Cage is inherently not a multi-hit weapon. So you won't, for this build specifically, you are giving up triggers of Dark Current because you're not multi-hitting. That's all I'm saying. Nobody said Thunder Cage is bad. But use whatever you want, man. It's your show, bro. Why is Gamora? When is Gamora? Who is Gamora? I'll do you one better. In Warframe? Goodness gracious. Context matters, chat. Context matters, okay? You know? Context matters. This is the truth. This is the truth, bro. Nothing is absolute. Nothing. Stone Cold said so. Exactly, man. All right, let's do this. Let's do the do, shall we? Shall we do the do, chat? You want to do the do? Truth is absolute. Is it, though? How can you determine truth? Truth is hard to define. Truth is hard to define. Only Sith deal in the absolutes. This one's a little bit late, but I wanted to put out my Plasma Bullet build for Inez. As per usual, a lot of the builds in TFT end up blending together because there's so many restrictions on how we build. So the most important aspect of this video is going to be explaining how the build works and all the different variations you could do to it. This one is the hybrid gun build for Inez. It focuses on firing, triggering lightning from shooting, and then triggering her Dark Current passive for tons of damage. It's incredibly effective. It's one of the best builds in the game right now. You can use it for Onslaught with ease, using it in any setting if you'd like. You can use it for dungeons as well, but if you're talking about single target like bounties or the Abyss boss, I would lean more towards Plasma Condensation or maybe even Plasma Ball for a skill build in general. But this build is super awesome, super easy. So if you're looking for a gun build Plasma Bullet Inez, let's dive in. There was an ad break, so I missed out. Where did we land on the whole under cage situation? The Thunder Cage situation? Thunder Cage is a great weapon. It's just hard to use for Plasma Bullet Inez because she needs multi-hit. And if you have any questions or comments for me, you'll find me live every single day on twitch.tv/drybear. I'll see you there. Nobody mentions the hounds, the hunting hounds. No one uses that anymore. What are you, crazy? Are you crazy? Sharon, you're crazy. Every single day, every single day. Every single day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is there time for hunting hounds? There's never time for anything, let's be honest. There's never time for anything. Inez Plasma Boletos. Divine Surge Serena, the Booba Smash. You want some Booba Smash in your life? Is that what you're looking for? We've already pulled over. We can't pull over any further. I didn't want to be a Dry Bear video without a Dry Bear one sheet. So this is the one sheet for Plasma Bullet. The basic idea is very straightforward. You have two options for weapons. I would say that overall, Hammer Anvil is probably your strongest choice, but Voltia is also a secondary option. And you'll see once we go through the description of the build that you want to have a firearm that has a high trigger rate of multi-hit. And Hammer Anvil hits very frequently in its second firing mode with the explosive air burst that it has, and also triggers multi-hit with that as well, which makes it a great choice for this build specifically. but Voltia is really awesome. I ran it with Onslaught. It's actually comparable in damage output, and Voltia is better at dealing with anti-void shields, which is really strong, but that's kind of the core of it as well. We're running Plasma Bullet here, and you do want a good AM with this build, though you don't necessarily need one, and there's actually some interesting testing around those that we'll see as well. But if you're looking for the one sheet on this one, this is going to be the build setup that I have for my Plasma Bullet setup. In this meta, I stick to TOTHH, and I like it better than all the others. What's TOTHH? I've literally never seen that listed as an acronym before. Tickle on the... Oh, you're talking about Hunting Hounds? Oh my goodness. Wait, you haven't tried any of the new red mods? Over Hunting Hounds? Hunting Hounds is still good, but the damage output it pales in comparison to the 3 new builds. I feel like Hunting Hounds would fall behind majorly compared to Plasma Bullet, Plasma Ball, or Plasma Condensation. Unless you're talking about mobbing, it's probably still better for mobbing, but I feel like the new builds are way better than Hunting Hounds now. Time of the Hunting Hounds, yeah, it is not. Yeah, I feel like this one's kind of deprecated. It's kind of old. Like the damage output on this is kind of small, kind of smudge, comparatively. You could probably still use it for old dungeons and stuff, but I feel like you would just run Plasma Ball. You know, you would run the Plasma mod, or the Plasma mod, or the Plasma mod. Those are your options, I think. Plasma mod, or maybe Plasma mod if you're feeling like it. Or you could run Plasma mod, but then you could also run the Plasma mod. If you really wanted to use it, you could use Plasma mod, you know? Just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Plasma, or Plasma. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying, bro? Done most damage Onslaught with Hounds? Really? Man, Satera's just here trying to prove me wrong all day long. Wait, you did more damage with Hunting than Bullet or, what's Condense? Bunny? Or Condensation? Goodness gracious. I feel like Hunting Hounds just isn't that good. That's what I feel. Deep in my loins. So the crux of this build, at the very high level, and then we'll go through the details in just a second, but the idea of this is your first ability becomes a toggle. While it's active and you shoot, it will shoot out lightning beams that do skill damage. And then as you're shooting, as you do additional triggers and apply the charge, like the zap ability, the zap debuff that you get from your second ability, you'll be able to damage that way. And then while you're shooting, it'll keep triggering. Triggers the passive as well, which is super cool. And you'll do a bunch of damage with it there. It's super nice because you can cover the whole screen, and you're wondering, again, you know, how do we make this work? We're gonna be using the dash, which is the third ability. It will reload your weapon, and then you'll also passively generate rounds as well. So in Onslaught, when there's enemies everywhere, you'll be generating infinite ammo, reloading infinitely, and just jumping around and shooting, doing tons of damage, which is really cool. Hunting Hounds is still good, but struggles with single target, I think. Yeah, that's when you would use Condensation. You fill it in your plums? In your plums, huh? Your plums, huh? Are you a plumber?
Would you like to access?
I do more damage with Hunting Hounds than with Plasma Bullet, and faster. Being all tech helps maximize the damage all around. Do I have to do a Hunting Hound build now, chat? Do I have to revisit the Hunting Hound? Are you guys trying to convince me to revisit Hunting Hound? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that what you want? Hounds procs new trigger more, so it kind of makes it work. Are you talking about the... Wait, are you saying because of current bonding? Is that what you're saying? Because of current bonding? Oh. So you're just saying it maximizes current bonding. Not necessarily that the old Hunting Hound is still good. Just because it bounces more and does more tracking projectiles. Is that what you're saying? That's what you're after, Mr. Guy? Kind of makes it work in single target too? right, I was kind of edging into the full explanation anyway, so let's just dive into it and make it work. So this is the description of this. We're gonna run Plasma Bullet. So if you have Plasma Bullet, if you have no red mod on a Nez, you've never played a Nez before, her 1 is normally a chain lightning that bounces around. Her 3rd is this like wind up that it was totally, the camera angle was for a reason. And then you have your detonate from your 2, and then you have your ultimate, which does this big AoE on the ground as well. However, if you were to delete these guys from the library and then go in and put in your bulletos, right here, this is going to change basically most of your kit. So the big thing to know about is that now you've got this cool new passive with Dark Current. This is going to trigger based on a trigger rate. So when enemies have Conductor on them, which the easiest way to apply this is with your second ability. So when you detonate and put the Conductor on the target, it will then have the ability to apply. So we're gonna walk over here, we're gonna do this. Now you can see that they have this Conductor on them. While that's on them and you do certain actions to the target, it will trigger the passive. You can do either, as you can see in the middle of the screen, melee weapon hits, firearm multi-hits, or skill critical hits, and that will trigger the Dark Current, which does a buttload of damage in AoE to targets around it. It's kind of like Supply Moisture, where it pulses and splashes. In this case, you're gonna be zapping in a big area. For this build specifically, since we're running Plasma Bullet, what we wanna do is we wanna be triggering this through firearm multi-hit. So, like I said, the builds that I'm giving you here are Hammer and Anvil and Voltia, both great multi-hit weapons. For Hammer and Anvil, if you didn't know this weapon was reworked to have 2 firing modes. If you have in the middle of the screen, you see the square icon, that's the normal reticle for shotguns. If it's in its default mode, it will shoot as a shotgun. However, it has a secondary firing mode, which is an air burst. When you switch over and you have the circular reticle in the middle of your screen, now when you shoot, it'll reach max distance on that projectile, destroy the projectile, and spawn a deployable, which is basically like a turret, you can think of it. You'll shoot it like this, it'll peer, and then you'll have this deployable up in the air. While it's up in the air, it will shoot at nearby enemies, dealing damage. And the reason this works so good for this build is we have Conductor here. When you shoot it up in the air, you can see it shooting, it hits really fast and really hard, but as you can start spamming this up, right, so we can do this, you can start shooting and you can see all of a sudden, look at all those multi-hits, right? It's just blah, 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 doing tons of multi-hits all over, which is triggering your Dark Current, which is doing the lightning in an area as well. So that's kind of where your damage source comes from. You wanna make sure you mark the targets to be able to have the Conductor on them. So they're conducting, and then you wanna hit this and you'll be able to trigger Dark Bonding this way. However, again, it is a gun build, so you need to be able to maintain your ammo and your magazine to be able to fire consistently, and we do that with the first ability, right? So while you have Plasma Bullet equipped, your first ability is now a toggle. You need to have this on at all times. You cannot have your first ability off. So I'm gonna toggle it on, it's toggled on, you can toggle it off. Be aware of that, pay attention to it. If you get knocked back or knocked down or teleported, it will turn off. Turn it back on, the whole build relies on it. So the next part of this, based on the passive, is gonna be this active. So you activate the first ability. While this is active, if you shoot, you will see lightning bolts coming out of a Nez and hitting the target and bouncing around. So it adds on to the damage we already have. So mark the targets, make sure Conductor is on them, then fire, and you'll notice, if you see coming out of me, if I like shoot to the side here, you see those little bolts coming out of me? That little sparkly coming out of my belly? That is the passive of Plasma Bullet, shooting out and bouncing around between the targets. So the goal is to make sure you have ammo in your weapon, and you fire, 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 and then you're shooting, 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 detonate, person, and you're doing this. And it just does crazy damage the whole time, dealing damage that way. The next step that you need to know is that in order to reload, you need to be actually using your dash. Your third ability becomes a stackable that has 3 charges to it. Every time you dash, it will give you plasma charge, but also reload your current weapon. So you dash forward, so if I shoot, I have 1 bullet left. If I dash, you'll notice I now have 6. So you shoot, 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 dash, shoot, 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 dash. It only goes forward. I hope they make this omnidirectional so that you can actually dash side to side or back or something like that. I think that would make it a very big difference, like someone like Keelan can do, right? Like be able to dash side to side, but you have to go forward with this. So just be aware that what I like to do usually is I'll, mark them, I'll shoot, 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 and then I'll like go up in the air. And then you can just kind of flick and then jump, and then something like that. But if you wanted to, you could turn and go to the side, or you can back up while shooting and then dash forward. But you want to make sure that you're dealing that as well. So you have your first ability active, you've marked the targets with your second ability, you're firing, 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 and then you're dashing and reloading. And that's kind of the whole crux of the build. Channeling. The Hunting Hounds are much more effective for Axion dungeons. Oh my God, you're just trying to get me to do a Hunting Hound build. I see you. I see you. I see what you're after. Current bonding also fixes the single target issue that Hunting Hounds has. I don't know if like, if you're talking about like Abyss Boss, I don't know if any of her builds are going to beat Condensation for just pure single target. But if you have like single target at the end of something, I can see current bonding plus Hunting Hounds with the extra bounces and the projectile, getting more triggers there. And you're already running an electric, so you can do the electric damage from current bonding, which is pretty cool. Okay. Yeah. 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 Hunting Hounds beats Plasma Bullet in camera angles. It does beat it in camera angles. It does. It's true. It's true. Okay. Next. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Anything else on the build specifically? I think that's kind of it. Have the first active, mark the targets the debuff, shoot, dash when you need to, pop the ult if you want to. You can also still use her ultimate because it does do good damage. Like, you're actually gonna get damage out of this. It is a pretty long animation. So I think, you know, when it comes down to certain content, using the ultimate can be super useful if you feel like the enemy is going to be standing in it the whole time, or there's a lot of enemies in the area. But if it's like a single target or a quick little burst, you don't have to worry about going through the animation of firing the ultimate to get the damage out, because like most of your damage, like I said, is going to be like through this, just kind of like playing normally and shooting and things like that. That's where a lot of your damage is going to be coming from. So you want to kind of pay attention to that and deal the damage that way. But overall, I think it's a very straightforward build to play. Next, let's talk about modules, because this build, as is kind of with a lot of the builds that we've been seeing in the First Ascendant over the last 6 months or so, they start to get really narrow in their management of what happens. So let's talk about the scalers in this build and talk about how you can manage the stats, like the breakpoints and the stats that are very important. This is also super important for understanding because that allows you to play with different ancestor modules that will play into the build as well. So let's go through the stat balancing and the stat breakpoints to understand what's going on. The first thing to know is that this build has a pretty high cooldown requirement. I would say in general, you want to aim for, if you're not using something that resets cooldowns like the Bravery set, I would say you want to aim for at least 85% skill cooldown. Anything lower than 85, like I've run with like 81, 82, you get to a point where your cooldown isn't high enough where you'll dash, 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 and then you won't have a charge ready. Like right now, I can't reload. So you'd have to reload naturally without it. You need to have just enough cooldown to be able to use the dash for a reload based on the weapon you're using. You could run with like extra rounds in the magazine on the weapon if you wanted to balance it out that way. But I do think that around 85% or more is where you want to use for cooldown, especially if you're going to be spamming your second and your fourth ability, which all have pretty long cooldowns by default. So having that cooldown is there. Now you can get cooldown on the reactor, and I would recommend doing so. You can get cooldown through things like Nimble Fingers, as well as like MP conversion or time distribution, and then you get cooldown here on the focus modules. However, there's another thing to note about this build. Dark Current is scaling off of your MP. So you get two benefits from having maximum MP. The first one is the default passive that you get for Inez, which is, you can see at the top of the screen there, you get crit rate based on MP. You want to have at least like 90 plus crit rate. I have 92% right now. You can go higher. However, just keep in mind that some enemies have a crit ceiling, which means that like commanders, you cannot get over 95% crit rate. I think with the actual Colossus, you can't get over 90% crit rate because there's a ceiling that's dampening it. So you don't really ever need to go to 100% crit rate unless you're fighting normal mobs that have a very low ceiling, or I guess a very high ceiling, depending on how you want to think about it. So I would say like crit rate wise, crit rate, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. You should have a good like 90+%, depending on how that works out based on your maximum MP. But it's not the only thing that's part of your crit there, so you want to make sure you have enough mana to balance this out, to keep the balance going, right? Your maximum contribution is going to be 800 MP. It's the same for your basic info at the top there, but it's also the same for Dark Current. So max MP gives you maximum crit rate, but also scales the damage of that passive we talked about. When you're hitting a target affected by Conductor and triggering Dark Current, the damage goes up with MP, which is why we have to think about MP in general. So things like maximum MP on Enlightenment, getting MP from things like an Arcade Tuning, so getting these MP nodes is really important. As much max MP as you can manage, it gives you a lot of damage. I did try a run with full max MP. You can see I have like 578 right now. I ran with 800, like 790 maximum MP. You give up too much, in my opinion, through other means, but it is kind of an interesting conversation as well, because when with things like this, MP conversion is one of the highest single contributions for skill cooldown, but you'll notice that it does minus MP, and you're thinking, okay, so you get cooldown, but you lose damage, right? Your Dark Current gets weaker, your crit rate goes down when you run this module. So is it worth it? I ran through a bunch of different variations of this, running with lower cooldown, running with cooldown on the Ancestor module instead, like doing some cooldown things like this here with extra cooldown on this. I even ran like one of these that has like a big cooldown on it just by itself. I was running with that as well, just playing around with different options for cooldown. And in the end, I think you want as much MP as you can, but the cooldown wins out. So what we could do now outside of that is you could run with another option. There is another option here that you can run, which is the Bravery set. We used to run this with the old Hunting Hounds build as well. If you're spamming a lot of skills, the 4-set passive on Bravery allows you to lower cooldowns when you kill enemies, which is great for Onslaught or dungeons where you're killing enemies constantly because you're always lowering your cooldowns. So what you could do is you could aim for maybe like a 65% cooldown, like 60 to 70% cooldown rate based on that, and you go a little bit lower and then run Bravery, but it does require you to kill enemies. So there will be times, especially in single target, when you're fighting a Colossus or things like that, where you have nothing to kill and your cooldown starts getting kind of long and you won't be able to reload, and you'll have to reload manually. So you can play around with that. There are ways you can do that if you wanted to, but based on my testing, MP conversion ended up being worth it because then you don't have to overcommit in the cooldown reduction compartment in other ways, and I think this is a fine compromise. Same thing with like focus. You could run with like a power increase here if you wanted to, like this module here instead of the battle. Instead of focus on electric, you could run power increase. It would give you a nice big boost. You would lose on 6% cooldown. So again, if you wanted to run the Bravery variant, I don't like it as much because again, you will find situations where there's no mobs to kill, you have long cooldowns, and it feels really bad. And I never like giving you guys builds that have these awkward points in them. As a streamer, you ought to point to the most appropriate build on this Plasma Bullet. You need cooldown on tree and AM. Huh? You really need 850 what? MP? 850 is over cap. What are you talking about? And the best is Volt. Oh my God, you're just trolling. Are you trolling me? Double crit roll and Ancestor module work for Plasma Bullet. You don't really need it. You can get crit damage on it because you're gonna be critting pretty easily, but you don't really need double. You don't need crit rate on the Ancestor module. Is what I'm getting at. Do. Okay. Right. So from that standpoint, I would aim for at least 500 maximum MP, if not more if you can swing it, at least 85% cooldown reduction, if not more if you can swing it, if you're not doing the Bravery variant for cooldown reduction. And then I would do at least 90% crit rate. And you can do that in different ways, especially depending on what Ancestor module you get. There's a ton of different AMs you can run that have all kinds of different bonuses and other things like that that can work really well. And depending on what Ancestor module you have, like you could roll something that has like crazy stat on it for something, you could then replace other modules. Like say you got one that has like an insane amount of MP on it, maybe you could replace Enlightenment just to make sure that you shuffle that around. Or maybe you get an Ancestor module that has like 30% cooldown reduction on it. Maybe you can run like time distribution here instead of MP conversion, and that would get you some MP back. So because AMs are very random and they vary a lot in what they can do, based on the AM you get, you can shift up the build, but this is kind of where I would be at with that one. Yeah, no crit chance on Inez. You get so much free crit from her passive, you don't need crit rate. But she crits all the time, so you can do crit damage, which is really good. Next, talking about scaling, because she gets so much free crit rate from her passive, she's able to get very high crit rate. Crit damage is one of the best things you can do to scale her. So things like skill concentration is really good. Crit damage from front lines, you can even run it in arcade tuning if you wanted to. Getting crit damage here is really, really good. Getting crit damage on your reactor is really good. Like, all these sources of crit damage are great because you crit so much based on her passive. So it's a really easy source of damage. What's interesting, and based on my testing, I have this module here, which just gives you raw power. It's a power boost. It doesn't give you, there's no cooldown on this. I ran, like you see here, I have a bunch of Ancestor modules for Inez. I was trying all of them in different combinations. This one felt the best to me, surprisingly enough. It has no crit damage on it. It has no MP on it. It has no cooldown on it. It's just raw power and boosts that power up. And this one felt the best to me just because you are critting a lot. The skill damage for crit is actually really good. So getting crit damage is also very strong, but I actually felt really good boosting up with this, getting a lot of power, and also ended up running with 2 set on Plague as well for even more boost as well to get that power up so that the scaling goes higher and higher. So you can actually get, again, because based on this, it does give you more damage based on MP, which is a multiplier on it. Crit damage is a multiplier. You have so many multipliers that by bringing up the base value, these scalers provide more value as well, right? You can increase the scalar or you can increase the base value, and I personally got the best results raising up the base. You could make a strong argument for doing like MP crit damage here, and if you had a really good roll on this, like you had a 2-1 like MP crit damage, that would probably be maybe better than this just because it would increase your crit rate and also increase the damage of current bonding while also increasing other things as well. But this one, in my opinion, of all the AMs that I tried, this one felt the best, so that's the one that I'm recommending. But again, you can swap that out for other options depending on what you're running. MP 660 is required. Is it required? 660 MP is required, is it? Where are you getting your MP? Next, another thing you really need to know about, and I tested this as well, is going to be skill effect range. This has a double contribution, just like MP. MP gives you your crit rate as well as your damage and dark current, but range actually has the same effect as well. So range is going to affect the distance at which you can bounce for some of these things. I think even effects like this teleport that you have here from this beam coming out, it affects your AoE size on your ultimate for when you end up using it. But with Inez, if you've never played her, okay. For Inez specifically, which is Inez special trait, the bounces on her bouncing projectiles go up, like the number of bounces increases based on range. So you can see here, even when you have the plasma bullet equipped, this works for her normal tracking projectile as well as this one as well. You can see that because of the range, it goes from 7 bounces to 9 bounces. Not only is it increasing the range at which it finds targets, but also is increasing the number of bounces. I tried running no range on this just to see, and range felt better for a lot of reasons. The extra bounces is just generating free damage. It's going to bounce additional times, doing more damage, finding new targets, stuff like that, and also bouncing between the target that you have in single target as well, which is really good, and it also increases the range of skills and stuff like that. So in my opinion, you only really need the basic range from a skill expansion just to be just enough for it to work, and this is kind of the build they would run with. But if you're running hard difficulty, you still want HP in the build. You can run with time distribution as well for more HP there, and again, you're going to want max HP on all of these as well to scale up as much HP and defense that you possibly can to make sure you're not dying constantly. Am I hurting my Inez build running Whirlwind and Thunder Cage for Plasma Bullet? Yeah, I would say so. Because what you're looking for is multi-hit. That's what you want for Plasma Bullet. Watch the ornery vid How to Plasma Bullet. Are you saying you can't explain what you're trying to explain, so you want me to go watch another creator's long video to get the answer? Everything, context matters, my friend. Context matters, right? Saying get this exact value in a game where we have random modules that have random varying power contribution, it's the total equation that matters, right? Like say you have an AM that has crazy crit damage and raw power on it. And by running that AM with no MP on it, it makes you have 640 MP instead of 660. Are you saying that you should throw that AM out because it doesn't reach your hard 660 line that you saw on a Ornery Biscuit video? You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying. I'm pushing back on the idea of like everything has to be exactly this and you have to do this and this is the only answer. I'm always going to push back on that rhetoric because I think it's inherently flawed in a lot of ways, and you can do a lot of really cool things if you understand the underlying principles rather than just saying you have to do this, this number has to equal this, it has to do that, this is required, you know? I just don't want to conduce or be of her disservice. Confused you are. You can't even explain what you're trying to explain without directing me to somebody else. How are you gonna try and tell me I'm confused on the build if you can't even explain why you think I'm wrong? Who's confused here if you can't even explain yourself? It's not me. Confused you are. Okay, Yoda. You're trying to tell me to run Thunder Cage, which has, you can build it for multi-hit, but I don't think it's gonna work any better than like a Hammer and Anvil. You're trying to tell me that you have to have exactly 660 MP and anything less is ridiculous. But you can't explain why you think that way other than go watch someone else's video. Come on, Dark. Come on, Dark. Come on, buddy. Come on, man. If you want to call someone confused, back up your words with an explanation. That's all I'm saying. Throwing out a tag or designation with no explanation does nothing. It literally is the same as saying nothing. That's 2 strikes bones? What? What are you on about? You're tripping. You are tripping. Stop tripping right now. Calm yourself, bro. Next, when it comes to components, we talked about doing the Bravery set, which was gonna give you a nice little boost in cooldown reduction, which is really good. One thing that you wanna know about the components is gonna be the base stat on it as well. One of the downsides with Bravery is that it has no HP value on it. So you see here, like the flat value on circulation for auxiliary power is HP. So you're gonna miss out on a lot of HP by running this, and it's gonna be focusing more on increasing your shield. Like this is max shield, defense, defense, max shield. You're gonna get more out of it, and the 2-set bonus gives you shield as well. So you might wanna run like maybe like a shield variant on this if you really wanted to. My recommendation for the build that way I have it set up is running with the 2-set bonus of circulation, which what's great about this is if you run the auxiliary circulation and the circulation memory, you get defense and max HP, which is really nice. And the 2-set bonus gives you a flat amount of MP, which is gonna be scaled up by percentage, right? So getting flat MP on the 2 bonus is really, really strong. For the other 2, you have a couple options. You could run with things like we used to do with like the old Serena build, which is the 2-set Shell Crusher fire rate. Because the power gets scaled up so much by like Dark Current, for example, or Critical Strikes, for example, I like running with a boost here. You can run with Plague. You can also do Enlightened Mage if you wanted to. This one will give you another base skill power boost ratio. But the reason I like running Plague is because the sensor has max HP on it and the processor has max HP, which means we have max HP, defense, max HP, max HP. I love having that. It's a lot of extra HP. You can see with this having just 1 HP module in this build, just the blue one, we end up running with 18,000. You can even run with like, for example, if you wanted to do the one that gives you a little bit more, but you lose shields for it, the HP amplification. You'll lose some of that as well if you really wanted to. So you'll be able to kind of do that. I'm in combat right now. This will give you a little bit more HP as well. And actually probably we should be running that instead for this specifically. I was running this, if you're running Bravery, I would run the blue set on this. If you're running with this setup, you would want to use HP amplification. 850 MP is required to get the full crit buff. What's hard to get here? Well, first of all, the maximum contribution you can get from MP is 800. Unless it's bugged, you don't get any value from the extra MP. So 850 already is wrong. So I don't know what you mean by what's hard to get here if you're giving me a number that is inherently wrong from the jump. What are we talking about? You can't get any more contribution over 800. So 850 is already the wrong number. Try again. Run it back. Give it another shot. Need to borrow Valby to help me with laundry? It's getting expensive. Dude, imagine. Imagine saving on the water bill if you lived with Valby. Okay, so I need to change this actually. This should be HP amp. I forgot we swapped that. Lamau. You're a TFE expert. Do it, man. And like, Dark, you're a regular. I'm not trying to pick a fight with you. I'm just saying that if you come in calling me confused, I need you to explain it, right? Like if you want to have a battle of the minds, if that's what you're looking for, like I have there's no qualms here. I'm not upset. I don't really care. But if you wanted to have like a back and forth, you got to explain why you want. If I go up to the street on someone on the street and I say you're dumb, there's two options to that, right? They're either going to ignore you because it's meaningless, or they're going to wonder why you think that. Making an assertion with no follow-up explanation is a meaningless assertion, right? I could say that the sun is blue and walk away. It's a waste of time. It means nothing. My build is 858 MP. It's a fact. Max MP contribution 800. You're wasting 58 MP. You're wasting it. The 58 is wasted. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you trying to argue here? What are we even talking about anymore? Okay, let's do HP amp. I forgot we swapped that. So that's gonna put me, wait, 18.6. 18.6. Was it lower before? It must have been. 18.2. Okay, yeah. I see cap is 500. It's 800. Yeah, what about running Excava? I mean, it fires really fast. It's not really a multi-hit weapon. Oh, it is actually. You could run Excava, I guess. It depends on whether the amount of hits is higher or lower than Hammer and Anvil. You could run it. You could run Excava if you wanted to. What's up, Rog? Asking for a DVD video. We'll have to play at some point. That'd be fun. You can still use 858 on a build to go over 850. Where are you getting 850? Where did 850 come from? How many times have we told you that the cap is 800? Why are you so obsessed with 850? Where are you getting 850? Did you just like have a dream about it and now you're just sticking to it? Is that what we're after here? What are we talking about? Why do you keep saying 850? Where's that coming from? You're running crit damage and rate? You don't really need much rate with her. Depends how much mana you have, but I don't think you need to run, like I'm running 2 crit mods right now. Maybe try the build, then read the stats. So you're wrong. We're proving you wrong. We're showing you the reasons why you're wrong, and your answer is try the build. What? What's up, Anti-Hero? How are you? 50 MP wasted is nothing. You still need 800. You don't need to hit cap. Opportunity cost is an important concept. Let's get the official definition. This is important. What is opportunity cost? Explain to me opportunity cost, okay? Opportunity cost of a choice is the value of the best alternative foregone, where, given limited resources, a choice needs to be made between several mutually exclusive alternatives. Assuming the best choice is made, it is the cost incurred by not enjoying the benefit that would have been had if the second best available choice had been taken instead. The concept is, because you have limited resources, you have to choose between multiple things, and by choosing one thing, you are inherently not choosing the other. So while yes, you can get maximum value contribution from maximum MP by going to 800 MP, you are paying an opportunity cost to get to 800 MP. That's why for most builds, you'll sit between 550 and 650 MP, because you would have to sacrifice something to get 800 MP, and that something might be very precious to you. Cooldown. Maybe you could get rid of cooldown and get more MP, but then your skills have too long of a cooldown and you can't use it. Maybe you're sacrificing crit damage. So while you're making your passive do more damage, the damage from your first ability, your second ability, and your ultimate goes down because your skill crit damage contribution is lower because you sacrificed damage to get more MP. Does it make, am I making sense? Is it clicking? Is it clicking? Yes. 800 MP is the highest contribution, but getting there is all part of the puzzle, solving that puzzle. No range? What? I need you to like go take a break. Dunk yourself in water, man. I don't know what's going on with you today, Dark. I don't know what's going on with you today. What do you mean? Get rid of range. We tried that. If you get rid of range, you miss enemies and you lose bounces on the one. Again, mutually exclusive opportunity cost. You're paying a cost to get a benefit, and you're choosing which benefit is more important. Yes, you could maximize your MP to 800, but you would pay a cost to get to 800 MP. And you have to decide if the cost you're paying is worth the benefit. I got my range shorter, I just shoot it all. I'm just gonna move on. I love you, Dark. You got your build, I got mine. So you're saying you have 850 MP, 90% cooldown reduction. Do you have 10 billion% crit rate as well? And crit damage? And are you 6'11" and you fly in a private jet, eat steaks and lobster every night? How far are we going? What else you got? What else do you have? What else you got? You got 50 million HP, 10,000 billion defense. Your jiggle physics are on such a high level that every time you jump with your character, the ground shakes. What are we talking about here? My game froze. Unlucky. See view distance. Ooh, come on. What is come on? What do you mean come on? What do you mean come on? What does that mean? That doesn't further the argument at all. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Just come on. Come on. What do you mean come on? Just come on. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna go rob a bank, and when I end up in the courtroom, like the judge is gonna be like, okay, we have footage of you entering the bank. We have footage of you stealing the money. We have all of the tellers as eyewitnesses placing you at the scene and stealing the money. We have footage of you leaving the scene. We have your license plate of you driving away. We have all the evidence we need to push you away. But judge, come on. He's free to go. He's free to go. Let him out. He's innocent. He's innocent. He's off the hook. Let him out of here. Oh my god. Range is overrated. You want duration and shield. Oh. I apologize for the inconvenience. The game has frozen. Guilt? Guilt AF? What do you mean guilt A? What are you talking about? Oh my god, dude. Dark's having a moment. Are you like in some kind of fugue state? If you're in danger, type 1 in chat if you're in danger and you need the authorities ASAP. Do not get 200,000. 2,000,000? I'll straight go to jail. What? 6-7. Drink some water, let the drugs process through your system, you know, pee them out if you have to. Call your priest. Listen, I'm sure that your plasma bullet build for Inez is insanely strong and really good, and mine is really bad, even though we're clearing Onslaught with ease and everything works. You can post your plasma bullet Inez build on your YouTube channel and I'll go watch it. I had numbers wrong, got you confused. Sorry, my bad. Okay. I forgive you, buddy. I forgore you. I forgive. Till next time. Please show the arcade tuning. It's right here. You're very welcome, SF. Yeah, Plasma, Mad Bomber Estimo is pretty fun. Bam, bam. Okay, so we were talking about HP before when we left off. I logged in to check my build so we would argue one good time in bad. You just wanted to argue in bad faith? Like you woke up and chose violence today? All right. Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough, the friend. Keep in mind, chat. Keep in mind, anytime I have like a one-on-one with somebody, I've been streaming a long time. I am aware there's more than just the one person on the chat. This happens all the time when people, like I'm talking to somebody. When I'm talking on stream, I'm always very cognizant of the fact that other people besides the person I'm talking to are here. So I always try to generalize or globalize the conversation, especially in my responses, right? So even though one person might be trolling, I think that it is worth explaining things for the people that are listening, especially lurkers, that might be getting that information and maybe getting the wrong information, you know? My build is after Ornery, but I'll never spiel on someone else's behalf. I mean, I stand Biscuit. Biscuit does great work. So if you have a build for Plasma Bullet from Biscuit that works great, sure. I don't copy any builds or do anything. I do everything from scratch, and I only go off my own conclusions and my own results, right? So the build that I have here for Plasma Bullet is me after 2 days of testing and theorizing and trying ideas and messing like all day today. We were just changing modules, changing reactors, changing components, and this is the solution that I came to based on my own investigation, right? So if someone else comes to a different answer and you like that answer better, then feel free to use it, right? So it's no skin off my back if you want to use a different build or you want to change it to something that you like, you know? Like if you want to take my build and modify it and go for it, it doesn't matter to me. It means nothing to me, I don't care. You know what, Abyss Boss is coming next week? I'm not sure actually. You could probably go back to their previous, is it Tormentor or the Thanos knows. You can get a really weird hat. You get a really weird hat. You want a really weird hat? I don't even think I bought any of the Tormentor skins because they're so goofy. Okay, so we were talking about HP. So I run HP amplification if you're running with the non-bravery variant because you want to kill off the max shield, but you can run with the blue one or even like one of like there's a couple options you can use for HP if you really wanted to scale it up that way to kind of get it working. Like stim accelerant's not bad either. It's just in this build it would hurt really bad for the MP minus. Balanced stamina is okay. Oh, never mind. Basically HP amplification or increased HP. Those are your options depending on whether you need the shield or not. That's where we're going for HP. Tormentor hats are cringe. They are very cringe. They are. Yaha. What else is there? Oh, arcade tuning. Other bosses are coming back. It's the Abyss rotation. That's true, Tommy. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too, is again, in builds that are highly variable because of Ancestor modules, the exact amount of stat that you get will change based on the build you're running, right? So like, you may be able to get 700 MP with one build, or maybe you roll an Ancestor module that has like red crit damage and red electric and like yellow cooldown or something. You're gonna have less MP because you don't have MP on here. Like reason right, I have lower MP here because I'm running an Ancestor module that doesn't have MP on it, right? Again, you're moving around and changing and reconfiguring based on what random rolls you get on your Ancestor module, so the exact value might be less. There's also builds where like, based on something, like maybe you get an Ancestor module that has way too much MP and you go over 800 because you have a crazy amount of contribution from it, or you're not running things like circulation or whatever. Like the exact value is gonna change based on your circumstances, and that's why it's important to understand that's why in my build videos, I always try to explain the theory and the mechanics so that you can understand how they work and then manipulate your own build, rather than saying you need 714 MP or your roof is gonna collapse and everyone's gonna hate you or whatever, right? Like, absolutes usually don't work. It's better to understand the underlying theory so you can apply them in a way that works for you. You see how I got to 858? Thank you. You're welcome. Congrats on your massive MP. You have a huge MP. Congratulations. I like your MP. It's quite large. They follow. Come in. Next, let's talk about arcade tuning, because there's a lot of flexibility in this as well. Now, one of the things that you want to talk about, right, because we already went through this, is you're going to want to get as much MP from that as you can. The biggest contributions are going to be these purple ones here, but grabbing all of these MPs along the way is going to be a big contribution to you hitting those break points with how much MP you have. I also really like getting skill crit damage because it's so easy to crit with an Ez that you want to be able to scale that up as much as you can. I tried a whole bunch of variants with this, running with different mutant cells, max HP or max skill power. Again, in my results, the raw base of your skill power, because your scale, like the MP of Dark Current is a scalar, critical strikes are a scalar, it's a percentage increase off of the base. I got the best results with a higher base value of power, and so I actually prefer running this over a mutant cell. There's a couple of mutant cells you could run with. You could run with Chain Catalyst for reduction in like resistance if you really wanted to. You could also run with Cohesion, is a decent amount. This does give you a skill power boost, but personally the flat value here was the most, and then you just went through and get as much MP and skill crit as you can. Along the way, you get some skill power here too. This is the arcade tuning that I would run with my exact setup specifically, but if you wanted to play around with some of these, you can even run like defense. No, you can't, never mind, I lied. So you got some options there. So you can do it, like I said, Cohesion, Chain Catalyst are probably your best bets here, just for either resistance down in Onslaught, outside of, or maybe Axion Plains, or just raw power if you wanted to, but this one seemed to be the best on the value here. If you have full stacked on Cohesion, you could probably get some value there, but I think this one is gonna be the one that ran the best for me specifically. Why not use a Mution? I just explained, because the raw power, the raw base, because you're scaling up so much is what it is. Has such large MP, right? Because remember, crit damage is a percent scalar, and Dark Current based on MP is a percent scalar. It scales, it's a multiplier off the base. In this case, raising the base gave me more total damage than trying to increase the scalar, for example. It's in the total equation there. Fellow? For reinforcement, I like running range because it gives you extra bounces on your one and also just makes your abilities easier to hit. And then I would just run MP and defense here. These just damage reduction and defense, and then MP is the biggest scalar. The contribution of your damage is actually not entirely firearm. It's mostly skill damage still. You could run with like multi-hit, or even if you're running with a crit weapon, you can run with some crit if you really wanted to as well. But in my opinion, the range was the most important. You could also run with cooldown. Here, if you have like a lower cooldown build, the one thing I'll caution you on if you wanted to run the RK circulation tactic, this isn't full uptime, right? So it's a 10-second duration with 25-second cooldown, which means you have less than 50% uptime on this, which means that when you're downtime on the buff, you have lower cooldown, right? So again, I personally found it better to have a higher base cooldown than trying to rely on temporary cooldown reductions, but you could run with that if you wanted to try it out. Okay. Is that it? Is that it? Did we do it? Did I save this? I did not. Okay. Thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Plasma bullet. I could have swore I did this. This just bugged out? Oh. I have to reopen, I guess. Oh, no. Auto? Boom. Yeah. And when it comes to weapons, like I said, multi-hit weapons and the frequency with which they hit is very important. My recommendations would be Hammer and Anvil and Voltia. There are other weapons out there that you could use that have decent multi-hit on them and also provide a large amount of damage. I would say these are probably your best bets, but it's not like they're, you know, there are some other options that could be alternatives, Restored Relic, Excava, things like that for multi-hit if you really wanted to. But I would run with Hammer and Anvil as the default option, but I think Voltia is a competitive option for a multi-hit, specifically an Onslaught where you have a lot of void shields to go through. Because if you run a Voltia with a Veil Analyzer on the module, you'll erase any void shields and your teammates will love you, because if there's a stacked out multi-hit Voltia in the group, all the void shields are just going to vanish constantly, which is always really nice, especially for the people that are running like a skill-based build and they run into a weapon-only void shield. It gets kind of weird, and so having that in the group can be super nice. But these are the overall run for this build specifically. Super awesome, super fun, super powerful. I think the Plasma Bullet is a nice hybrid build for Inez, but let me know how your build turned out or what your thoughts are on this build down below in the comments. How many onslaughts do you have completed? I don't even know, like 30, 40, something like that? I don't know. In a game where your options are limited with how a character works, your builds end up looking similar to the people at its core while having some flexibility, and then that flexibility is all about your playstyle. Yep. That is kind of the core problem, is that, you know, is anyone else going to run any stat difference on this external component? No. The only difference is if you're running shields, you might run a different core that has shields on it, but your options for what stats you roll on the external components are like nothing. Basically, every single build has the exact same split of stats and cores on their external components, unless you're running a shield build that needs shields. But your sensor is always MP. Your memory is always MP defense. There's no good stats aside shield on processor, so you have to run shields even if you're not running shields. You run HP MP. There's no other choices, right? And same thing goes for these modules. If you need cooldown, you have to run cooldown, 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 cooldown. 4 cooldown modules. There's not really much flexibility there because there aren't enough cooldown modules to run. Everyone's nimble and then double focus unless you don't need the cooldown. Same thing for crit. If you need crit, you run 3 or 4 crit modules. So now all of a sudden, these 2 modules are locked. You have 4 cooldown modules and 4 crit modules. That leaves you with 2 modules of difference between every build in the game. Based on the way the system's designed, it forces all builds to converge because the ability to have variety is so heavily restricted. We get more flexibility with the AM since they got scaled up. And that does allow you to move some of these modules around. But again, most builds are going to converge. Like most builds are like 80 to 90% identical because of the way the system is designed. You know? Have you tried 2 mutant cell? Go go right top, left bottom, electric chain, defense neutralization. I think you would miss too much MP and skill crit for that, Jeff. You could do double if you wanted to. You could do like chain catalyst for reduction and then defense neutralization, but then you would lose out on all of this MP and crit damage, right? So the question is losing all of this, losing crit rate, losing dark current damage, losing skill damage and crit damage, maybe even losing cooldown as well, just to get defense neutralization? I would argue it's not. I would argue that it would be worse. So you did not need to run Veil Enhancer with the Voltia. I like running it because it's just really strong, and there isn't really a whole lot of other options for modules in that last slot. Builds still feel limited. Yeah, there's just so many restrictions on what you can do. Like even like weapon cores, right? Like weapon cores, they choose your weapon core for you. Hammer and Anvil has 2 yellow and a purple. That means you're choosing between the blue. Well, you're not really choosing the blue slot. The blue slot is an element. It's an electric weapon. This is an electric weapon, and it has a blue slot. So are you gonna run toxic attack in your blue slot for weapon core on an electric weapon? No. They force you to have a blue slot, and then it's an electric weapon, so you have to choose electric attack. There's no choice, right? And yellow doesn't provide anything but sprint speed and grappling hook. Purple is a faction which is kind of thrown away. So the only choice for the weapon core on this weapon when you're doing it is the free slot. But fire rate's the best. So like, again, with a lot of the systems in TFD, you're so hamstrung by your choice because everything is so heavily restricted, right? So you don't really, it's the illusion of choice in a lot of cases. You have to run this and you have to run that and you have to run this and this is the best and that's the best and this is the best, right? And so it kind of limits what you can do. But if they did things where like, maybe instead of 4 cooldown modules, there were 2. And maybe instead of 4 crit modules, there were 2. That would open up 2 to 4 module slots for us to play with. That would release the build from a lot of restriction because now all of a sudden you get those in different places, which is really cool. If they gave us the ability to change the color of a weapon core on any weapon, that would be pretty sweet because now all of a sudden you can play around with rounds and fire rate and firearm attack. Maybe you can get 5 firearm attack and maybe there's a breakpoint there that the base of firearm attack is better than fire rate because you're just looking for a pure damage output on it, right? Giving us more freedom. In arcade tuning, if they allowed us to change the socket type on this, right? In arcade tuning, they arbitrarily chose what socket types go where, right? So top left for Inez is Xantic. End of discussion. You can't change this. You can't do anything about it. It is Xantic, which means that when you go here, these are the only mutant cells you can put in that slot. And Xantic is primarily toxic. Your choices are made for you, right? Imagine if every single corner of these could have every single socket. Now there's freedom, right? Because now you can start running chill focus aiming in the top right, right? Or now you could run tech dimension tuning in the bottom right, right? Freedom, expression, right? But because these are all heavily restricted, it limits your choices and builds end up converging and being very similar. Then we be busted. It's a PvE game, man, right? Like, for example, what was that build? Why can Path of Exile get away with it? Why does Path of Exile have infinitely many choices to make and different choices and paths to go along and things that you can do? And it's a PvE game as well. Why do they get away with it? But in this game, it would be too strong. If you could change the color of your weapon core, it would be too strong. Oh no, if you had 5 orange cores on your weapon. I mean, if you had 5 green cores, that would be completely broken, but if you had 5 fire rates on this on a weapon, it would break the game. But I think that's kind of the way Magnum has set up the game, is that they're not as skilled at game design and system design, and so they have to restrict everything, right? If a system can only operate 1 or 2 ways, it's much easier to make sure it's balanced and functioning. If it can operate 1,000 ways, it takes someone of great skill to be able to make a system that can be configured 1,000 ways to work properly, right? So if you wanted the PoE style tree in this game, you would need a very skilled system designer and game designer that can make that work and can massage it and make sure that there's not problems, right? That's why this game is so heavily restricted, is because I don't think they have high confidence in their ability to make everything function well together, you know? Imagine 3 damage cores and double swords. I'm just saying, that'd be really cool. Have any advice on how to connect your Twitch and game account? I've literally unlinked on Nexon and Twitch, and it doesn't ever say my accounts are connected. It should say on Nexon and on Twitch. Like, you should be able to go to your connections on Twitch and then see it showing up there. Also give it a second. Like, the Nexon connection for drops, I think it takes a couple of hours before it registers. So instead, just in case you're like connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting, connect it, wait till it says it's connected, then give it like half a day or something, and then check again. For making the game, they limited their scope of how they wanted people to play the game because they know they did not know how to make stuff work well together. Well, again, that's exactly right, right?
Movie game? Well, that means it's...
Right, so like, if they had this in TFD, right, like they can't even handle this. There's already lots of like broken points and things failing and stuff like that with like the system they already have, right? So if they scaled it up, you're right, it would get to a point where it would just be completely out of control. They're already struggling with the amount of restrictions they have, you know? It says on Nexon and under connections on Twitch, but not under drops. Once the drops are in your Twitch inventory, you're fine. You can get those back another way. Like, you can get those back in the future, and then just connect and give it a chance. Like, don't keep disconnecting, reconnecting. Like, connect it and then check again tomorrow. I'll head on the website of Nexon to go to Twitch drops, and there it will say relink. Yeah, you have to do it once because it broke with this patch, where when they did this, they changed some DB thing that caused it to break, so you have to relink it. But just do it once. And it took like 6 hours before it showed up and I got my drops. You're not wrong, especially on Anvil, it's hammered. The Anvil is hammered, yep. I would agree. I would agree. Okay, there's that. Cool beans. Inez build. Cancel this. It's already June, chat. What are we doing? What are we doing, Chad? It's already June. What's on the menu tomorrow? Good question. Woo-wah? Maybe? Woo-wah maybe? Or more PoE? I want to post the PoE build as well. You are welcome, searching. I already claimed drops while I was not linked. I linked after that and pressed claim again on Twitch and got them. Nice. Yeah, once it's in your Twitch inventory, you're good to go, because then you can link it later. Like, Twitch holds on to your inventory of items, and then you can link later and then get them in game, right? So the big thing is that when the drops are happening, get it into your Twitch inventory, then you can sort out the drop stuff later. Did you watch someone else, or how does that work for a creator? For drops, yeah, I just have another creator up on my screen. I pretty much always have a stream open. I like to give my +1 view to somebody, you know, just from my IP. I always have a stream open. Even if it's muted and I'm not watching it, I always have a stream open somewhere. Wilds expansion, dude. It's gotta be next year, right? How about half PoE, half 007? That'd be fun. Is it part of the problem that they don't have 2 separate teams, one for fixing stuff and one for featuring content? I mean, one team can handle it. You just need the expertise, right? Like, if I went and tried to, like say there was like a skyscraper downtown that was having structural issues, I could go down there and be a pair of hands, but I have no experience in architecture. I'm not an architect. I don't know like how to balance loads and where certain things are. I don't know fire code. I don't know how many windows you need to have or whatever. I don't have the experience necessary to fix a skyscraper that has structural issues in my city, right? And so I would need to go find an experienced architect and have them come in and then give them the room to fix the problems, right? I think that is where TFD is right now. They need to go find an experienced system designer or several, go find an experienced game designer or several, hire them, and then give them room to work so they can massage this, right? They could have good designers on team. They're just being blocked by something, like maybe a lead or a director or a project manager is overriding their opinions and you know, making these decisions for them, and they have to abide because that's who signs their paychecks, right? But it could also be that maybe they just have people that don't understand the genre or don't understand systems or whatever, and they just would need to hire the people that can do that, right? If I don't know programming and you know, we're not able to do much in the realm of programming for a project, you need to go find an experienced programmer and hire them so that they can do the job, right? And do it properly. That's the idea. You would almost have to get a red skill cooldown roll on your AM in order to drop NP conversion. I cannot fill up her custom resource fast enough on Inez. Yeah, but you could also run Brave. Like, there's other options. Yeah, I came to the same conclusion. I could not get rid of NP conversion personally. She needs cooldown too much. I ended up keeping in the build, even though you lose MP, which is really bad. I ended up keeping it because it just is the way it is. A lot of people play Destiny, I think. Is there a Destiny thing going on tomorrow? YouTube University, you can do anything. Yeah, just go watch a masterclass on how to fix a skyscraper and then you're good to go. Want Richson as DCU Batman. Ooh. Any more XP on how to manage their content and create stuff? Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing a good job on like art style and that. I think the two major problems that TFT faces right now, that if they managed to fix these problems, I think the game could grow, is one, I think their speed of development is too slow. I think they either need to make the patches that they release at the rate that they release them bigger, like they needed to like 2 or 3x the size of the patches, or they need to develop faster. Like they just need to speed up, right? Because the problem is there's so many games out there now. There's so many things vying for your attention, right? So like, you know, WuWa has like massive updates, huge updates every month with huge events going on every week. Every day something's different, right? Marvel Rivals has a new character, they're calling your attention. You wanna go play World of Warcraft, you wanna go play Escape from Tarkov, right? There's tons of games calling your attention, and if TFD releases one character every 3 to 4 months, and a couple modules every month, right? And like a new 3-minute dungeon every 2 or 3 months, right? It's just not enough to keep you playing the game. So that's the first problem. The second problem is I think they are struggling really hard on just general game design, right? So like they rework Sharon and they make her worse. They rework Valby and they fix problems but introduce a bunch of new problems, right? Or they have to do an emergency patch because they forgot this one thing that would have been obvious to an experienced game designer or that. I'm not saying there aren't gonna be issues when it pops up, but like when they add stuff that doesn't fix the problem or their core systems have a lot of flaws with them, that's kind of the problem with it, right? They develop kind of slow and they struggle with basic game design and system design. And if they could expand upon that, right? Like make it better. If they could add a lot more freedom and expressiveness in the systems and all of that, that could be good, but they're kind of aiming at low-hanging fruit. And sometimes they just, you play TFD for like a week after a new patch and then you run out of stuff. Like, are you just gonna do Sigma Sector Wall Crasher for 8 hours a day every day? It's not enough, it's too slow. I think they need to do their content more like gacha games every 2 months with new big story. The challenge is gacha games make a lot of money, right? Like Wuthering Waves, for example, is like $80 to $90 million a month. So that's $1 billion game, right? Like, so it's very hard. Like the size of the team and the budget they have is very limited. I don't think they can keep up with games like that, like Wuthering Waves or, you know, like Genshin Impact or something like that. But they could definitely do more, and with better planning, I think they can kind of move things along very easily, right? Like they could, it's just, they just move slow is the problem. They either need to make the patches bigger or they need to develop faster and release patches faster if they want to grow. And then they need to kind of get a better hang on game design, right? Like, because again, like we're becoming very stagnant where like we've been getting like Onslaught mode is the first true new mode we've gotten in 2 years. It has been 2 years and we've been subsisting on 3-minute dungeons with the same objectives the entire time. For 2 years straight. Sigma Sector, 3-minute dungeon with the same objectives. All the new Axiom planes, 3-minute dungeons with the new objectives. Like it's just been the same stuff over and over and over at a very slow pace. And I think that is kind of, that's holding them back for sure. Warframe went through these humps as well, especially when it came to monetization. I'd like to see TFT flourish, but I worry they'll eventually abandon this due to investors. Doomer rant off. I mean, like I said, they could change course tomorrow and the game would grow. I'm saying that like most of their problems are self-inflicted. So if they can figure out the process necessary or the staffing necessary to solve these problems, or at least make them better, the game will grow. I think the game has a good solid base. You know, there's a certain style that people like, and the core product itself is good. It's just they develop really slowly. So like I think they lose a lot of players that get bored, leave, and never come back, right? Like there's a lot of people that love TFD, but they phase off of it because there's not enough to do, and the patches come so slow that they forget about it, right? I've had people that like they picked up Crimson Desert and they forgot about TFD for 6 weeks. Not because they stopped liking TFD, it's just there wasn't really a reason for them to log in anymore. Right? It's like you wait 8 weeks of playing a different game. You've been playing Crimson Desert or Baldur's Gate 3, or you've been playing Rivals and climbing ranked or something like that. And then you see after 8 weeks of waiting that, oh, there's a new update. They added a new trigger module. And they reworked a character that it was already in the game that you didn't like anyways. Are you gonna log back in? Nope. No, you're not. Another 8 weeks goes by. Oh, they added Ultimate SMO after 6 months.
Inezrea, Hound Unit.
Right? Do you like
operation.
like you already know the character. You don't like SMO. Are you gonna log in? What they need is they need the Dayas and the Harrises, right? They need brand new content, brand new characters, brand new game modes, brand new ways to play the game and engage with the game, and they need that to be coming regularly, right? Imagine if we got like a Daya level character every 4 to 6 weeks.
We'll never be apart again.
Imagine that. Imagine every 6 weeks, you got a fully fleshed out character like Daya.
I will protect my mom.
New abilities, new ways to play, new things to farm, right? Like, I think that would be something that would bring people back. And you could probably spend 3-4 weeks optimizing the new character, and then bam, new character, bam, new character, bam, new character, right? And with those come new red modules, and you know, and then maybe every 8 weeks we get like an Onslaught mode, or 10 weeks, right? Because right now it's been 2 years. We got Onslaught after 2 years, right? If we had like an Onslaught mode, like imagine, you know, Onslaught mode launches 15 days ago or whatever, like 2 weeks ago. Then in 6 weeks from now, we got a tower defense mode. And then 6 weeks after that, we got a racing mode where you get on your hover bike and you get rewards and stuff and you race, and there's like a leaderboard and you're racing around. And then another 8 weeks after that, you get like a, I don't know, you get like a true horde mode, like an actual like horde, like Left 4 Dead horde mode, not Onslaught, which is point defense, but like a true horde mode. And now you've got Onslaught, you've got all the dungeons, you got this racing mode, you got this tower defense mode, you've got 6 new characters to play, right? Like imagine if the rate of expansion for the game was at that level or close to it. Try to imagine what you, like how you would experience, right? Like imagine if every patch had 4 new external component sets to try. And they added a new element and stuff like that, right? Like there's so many, like, imagine if it was just, we're getting constant content to chew on and everything's changing and moving around. And imagine like if like, again, imagine if you only needed 1 or 2 cooldown modules and you only needed 1 or 2 crit modules. And now all of a sudden you have like 6 module slots to play with, right? And then imagine they added like 1,000 new modules. You could spend a month just tinkering and trying and messing around, right? playing around with the builds. And then all of a sudden, like you spend a week working on a new build and all of a sudden, oh, wait, the new racing mode is out. Let me go try that. And then you spend a couple weeks doing that. You're like, oh, wait, the new character's out. Oh, wait, this is out. Oh, cool. Let me do, you know, I just feel like they're moving so slow that there's only so many ways you could do the same thing over and over before you start to get bored. So they eventually get there, eventually. Onslaught mode definitely needs new area. Kingston will eventually get boring. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the other thing too. Like, imagine if we've been getting like a new zone every month since the game came out. Like, how big would this map be? Right? Like, compare this to like the star chart of Warframe. And on top of that too, Warframe has Steel Path, which means that all of this gets doubled. Holy crap, imagine they added a Steel Path where you actually go through these zones and get to play these, and they're hard. They're like Onslaught hard, and you need like a group for it, and you're going around and doing this, and it really like takes challenge, right? Or imagine they didn't have 40 different versions of the same boss. They need to dial back the Gamba aspect to everything. I think RNG is serving them well. I think the AM RNG is, it's giving you something to chase after, which is fine. It definitely could be more elegant, but they had some PvE MOBA type mode. Why not? Imagine, what if they did this? Like you logged in tomorrow and they added a jump puzzle mode. We have grappling hooks, we have mantling, we have hover bikes, and we have double jumps and triple jumps, and we have characters with dashes and stuff. Imagine they had like this, like, it was like, get to the top of the mountain. And then you started running builds where you had like grappling hook charge time and air dashes, and you had like double jumps, and maybe you like do things where you like try to pick up teammates and all that stuff. Where like you could throw that in there as a mode with rewards that's separate. Jump puzzles were in campaign and nobody liked them because they put in like the worst possible, like the puzzles that they put in the campaign was walk along this pipe and collect red orbs. Like we're Pac-Man. You know? It's not a problem with not understanding the game design aspects to those, right? Problem with Inez and also level 3 is she absolutely needs that cooldown on her AM. You don't need the cooldown on your AM. I don't have cooldown on AM, and we cleared like 8 onslaughts today, child. You need enough cooldown with the plasma bullet build for Inez for it to function, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you need cooldown on the AM. There are other ways to get it. There's no reason to do the races after complete. Yeah, they could have just made the races. They could have made these repeatable, bro. Like, why are these one time? Make this repeatable. Make this weekly. Right? Make it so we can get on our bike in like frickin' Vermilion Waste, and then choose like maybe every day a random race spawns, and it chooses a random spawn location and a random ending location. And you log in that day, and it's one of your dailies to start the race and try to get to the end in a certain amount of time. And they can go through all these beautiful environments they've created and done that, right? Like, I don't know why this was built to last all of 30 seconds. They added these races to the game. It's a one-time reward. They don't refresh, they don't reset. You do them once and you forget about them forever. Which would be fine if we're talking about a single player game, but a live service game where you want people doing things, I don't know why you would ever release content that's one and done and then you never think about it ever again, because then you kind of just wasted it, right? Do like a monthly race, bro. I don't know. Yeah, do a leaderboard. You already have, the technology for it. Like, they already have leaderboards in the game. Put a racing mode. There should be like 8 of these. There should be an onslaught leaderboard. There should be a racing leaderboard. There should be like, you know, I don't know. Wall crasher leaderboard. Like it's like the scope of the things they do is usually like very narrow. It's like we did one thing one time, it's over, and there's only like so many ways, like a couple ways you can interact with it, and then you're done, right? Versus building the content to last, be variable and very refreshing and new every time you engage with it, you know? Change of plans, you see Jared Leto jump by the window. Yeah, I mean, you could, what if there was a racing mode that you couldn't use your bike on? Then all of a sudden you're doing like, you're making builds, we're doing like special forces or whatever, like you're doing like the movement mods or whatever. Like you're trying to like get distance on it, you're trying to add movement speed here, cooldown, you're running Bunny, but maybe like aerial grappling, you know, like Inez is faster than Bunny based on the terrain, and you can find ways to move, like, you know, why can't we do like a Gauss or Volt kind of setup and let that be really interesting and fun, and, you know, but there's like, it's literally like sky's the limit. They have so many different things they could explore and play around with if they wanted to. Sunsetting of special operations, they don't rotate anymore, making stuff unavailable. Yeah, that's like the other thing too, is like they have so many things in the game that just, like, does anyone do Void Erosion Purge unless you need orbs anymore? Right? And then like special ops, they're here. You can do them for like, it's probably like White Knight or something. You can do them, they're there, but you don't really need to anymore because there's something else that gives it. It's just, yeah, it's like kind of hamstringing themselves in their own game. Kind of rough. Did they ever reach out and ask for ideas? I mean, they do. I don't know if it makes it to the dev team or not, or what their plans are. Like, again, they could just disagree. They could feel like that the way they're handling things is right on the money and they're very happy, and, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. Don't even bother with racing because the rewards are meh. I mean, that comes back to system design as well. System design is not only making the encounter fun, but also making the incentive good so that you want to do it, you know? Like, incentive matters. Encouraging people to do things matters, right? You know what I'm saying? Purple Red Gun slowly got upgraded kits that buff them to ultimate rarity. You could. We also have a bunch of, you know, we have all these guns that are basically useless. A lot of weapons, bro. A lot of weapons. 200 rainbow donuts and like almost 1 billion gold. Damn. Yeah, what do you really need at that point? Except more AMs. Reinforce their worldview. Why? Both making content that doesn't generate revenue. Imagine akimbo pistols, bro. I mean, we have akimbo swords. They gave us a new pose for it, which is pretty sick. The pose on these are nice. Remember the shareholders. True. Okay. Yaha. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of content that you just stop doing, right? Like by adding this Descendant board, at least it gets you back in Sigma and Void Vessel and dungeons and stuff. They've been doing better about trying to recycle that, but there's definitely a lot of content. Like you don't really ever go back to any of these zones. They made all these zones for the core campaign and you never return to them. Right? They could also, another simple way to get things moving, you could add a random queue where you get a special resource and it randoms everything in the game and then it just matchmakes for anyone that needs help with something. You could do stuff like that. Gives veterans a reason to just kind of jump in and play. You know what I mean? Dun, 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 dun. Races racing through Kingston would be rad. Yeah, I mean, they could literally just put races in all the zones. Imagine you start here and it just generates new races and then you just race from one point to another like the ones they have, and it's repeatable rewards, you know? And all that would get kind of interesting, right? Like based on this, like imagine if there was a race from like here to there. Right? And so you have to like kind of like the terrain changes and how you race changes and like getting air versus not changes, right? And that's like the Hagios race of the day, right? And maybe you have to get off and then grapple and then get back on, and there's like ways to play around with it and stuff like that. And then like maybe there's like another race over here, right? And now it's not just because like Axiom Plains is just a giant bowl. There's nothing there. It's just a giant flat area, right? Like, so like imagine if there was like a race here. And maybe you have to get off and you have to grapple and then get back on, and then you're just like trying to cutting corners, you're like going here, you get to go inside, and this is inside versus outside. It's not a giant empty lake in Axiom Plains, and like you have to try to hit this, and oh, I lost some time because I hit that rock, and let's try again and do that, reset, try the race again, and all of that, you know? That would be cool, Repent, yeah. I hate Vessel, Void Vessel. The problem with like a lot of the content is that it's all very similar. Like Void Vessel is the same as Sigma Sector, is the same as all of these dungeons, is the same as anything in the dungeons as well. Is pretty much the same as Breach Tracking. The only thing that's like really different in the game is like Onslaught and Bounty, which is a reuse of old content, but still has variety. That would be too difficult. Maybe biochips? Yeah, imagine if you could play the racing mode to get biochips. Imagine. They said they would reorder the story missions, updating the game. Yeah, they're still doing their like big reconfiguring of the game in general. Imagine racing through the canyon here, which has a kill volume, but yeah, exactly, Sentinel. That's kind of the problem with things like the Void Vessel and stuff like that, is that it's basically just, it's repackaged, but it's the same format, same experience, same encounter as all of the dungeons in the game. Like literally all of these. Like Unknown Laboratory is the same thing as Void Vessel, is the same thing as Sigma Sector. It's all the same. It's the same formula, same format, same objectives, same enemies. It's just a different location, right? Onslaught is like the first thing we've gotten that has been a different encounter, a different experience, a different mode. It isn't just like the same thing over and over. Yeah, what's up, Forb? Welcome back. Did I say that? Welcome back. Let you build different Vortex Orcas instead of building just one? I mean, yeah, that's what's cool about racing mode, is that now that they have these like triple jumps and double jumps and drifting, like if they added a mode that like allowed you to use the drifting, right? Like if you could use the drifting here, you could totally have that, which would be really cool, you know? Like, there's things they could do. There's things they could do, you know what I'm saying? Do. Boobie bop boop but up. Isn't there currently an art contest going on for the design of the next bike? I don't know if it's for the bike. There is an art contest going on. There's just skins and stuff like that that work pretty well. Yep. True and real. The map's bikes, but also other things in the game. Yeah, I mean, they could also add in, like, honestly, I know that it gets bad rap, but things like Railjack are interesting, right? Different way to play, different place to go, different mechanic. The Archangels are interesting. Again, being able to get inside a vehicle and pilot it differently, and then you upgrade it and farm it, right? There are plenty of examples out there that they could use, and maybe if the game continues to persist, they can kind of get to that point, you know? They tried to justify the bikes used by making them big. The dungeon has obstacles. Yeah, they kind of did. Like with some of the new dungeons, there's just literally like hover bike sections, which is, it's fine. Gives you a reason to use it. It's kind of fun the first few times. True and real. True and real. The new art contest involves bikes. Cool. There's someone in the community, in our community, that's doing a skin design, Elixir. No. Do. All right. The big open world was more alive. Yeah. That would be nice. That would be nice. There's a design your ride content seller. Okay, so it is part of it. Cool. Well, I'm hoping they make a cool bike. I mean, hard surface concepting is a lot different than character concepting, so that I'm glad that they're doing that. They should also do the same thing for a weapon, right? It'd be cool if people could like design a weapon as well. I'm glad they're doing events like that, but yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of like hard surface artists out there and concept artists out there that would love to. They would love to do that, but so hopefully they get to enjoy it. All right, well, chat, that's gonna be it for me today. We got the Inez build done. It was a good day. Thanks for chilling with me today. I appreciate you guys. It's been really fun. If you're new here, hit the follow button. We'll be back tomorrow because we're live every day. Yeah, I'm curious what the collab's gonna be. Hopefully it's Stellar Blade or something cool. PW2 win. We gotta finish that build. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited. Pewee. OSM is in the chat. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you guys. Love you so much. See you guys back here tomorrow or else. Peace out. Bye-bye.